Well, well, well. Wow. I haven't spoken into a mic in a while, so everything feels awkward. Hello, everyone. Happy January 4th, 2026. Jeez. Yeah, first stream of the year. Thanks, guys, for being here. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's been really fun going through a streak of streaming every day and then taking, I feel like it's been years, but yeah, I guess a couple weeks off. It's been interesting. It's been nice to get some work done behind the scenes, but I've missed you guys, so thank you guys for being here. L thing in the chat says Happy New Year's, and so does Daytor. Guten. Oh, you know what? That's a question for ChatGPT. How do you say Happy New Year in German? Let's ask. Let's see if it works. Good morning, good evening. Okay, give me one second. I'm just super rusty here, so I'm trying to double check to make sure people can actually hear you. Audio Chrome browser. Let me restart capture. Okay, can you say something?
Absolutely. I'm right here. Hopefully you can hear me loud and clear now.
Okay, I'm just getting the thumbs up from people in the chat. But hey, how do you say how do you say Happy New Year in German?
In German, you would say Frohes Neues Jahr. So if you want to wish everyone a Happy New Year, that's the phrase to use.
Okay, Frohes Neues Jahr. And then let me turn down the music over here just a bit. Oh my god, I feel so rusty. Thank you guys for not judging me for that. Guten, what was it? Fruten, oh my god, I already forgot. Guten Fruten Joris Ja. That's how bad my memory is to start off 2026. What's up, Fed? Yo, it's so cool to see some friendly names in the chat. So yes, oh my god. Fruitus Grutus Jahr day tour. L says, I got snow here, 18 centimeters this morning. I am so jealous. I have also a little bit of snow. Hopefully you guys can hear Amber. I was tuning a few things behind the scenes, so I don't know if I fixed it or not. Fed says, howdy though. Happy New Year, guys. Thanks for being here. Like I said, there might be a few technical glitches as I've been so rusty. And also I bought a mini PC and I spent a lot of this time off trying to set it up to do like OBS and try to do a multi-stream through the mini PC while also using my Mac Studio at the same time. And I got so lost in the sauce when it comes to all the technical details, this thing called NDI and how you mirror and like, anyways, maybe we'll get into it later. Snow in Dubai, asked L. Absolutely not. I wish. Our close neighbor, Saudi Arabia, apparently it snowed there fairly recently, but that's the closest we got. It rained heavily. So the equivalent of snow in Dubai this time of year was raining heavily. It's cold enough for snow here, but we haven't gotten any yet. Oh, by the way, am I speaking too close to the mic here? I'm wondering, yeah, maybe I just gotta get used to talking roughly around here. Fed says it's cold enough for snow here, but we haven't gotten any yet. I'm sure there's snow up in the mountains near here, but not down by the coast here. Nice. Sent a pic in Hangout chat. Ooh, let's check it out. I really desperately want to do a trip to Hokkaido, Japan as soon as possible because I saw a few clips go viral recently because I believe Hokkaido is one of the heaviest... How would you say this phrase? It is one of the places in the entire world that experiences the heaviest snowfall. There's probably a better way to phrase what I just said. And apparently it's been crazy over in Hokkaido. So L sent something in the chat. Let me check this out. Damn. I'm jealous. Oh my god, how do I... Okay. Oh my god, I don't know how to do anything right now. Hopefully you guys can see my screen. Oh wait, you know what? Can you guys see it? Wait, why is... Oh, Jesus, everything is broken. So I think it's been so long that a lot of the screens that I have, I think, broke down. So I think I have to restart what? This would be... How do I find this? Dun, dun, dun. This will be the studio display. And then I need to restart capture. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now you guys should see the photo that Elle sent. This is, what is this? This is called snow? Oh my god. You got so much of it. Ah, so jealous. Although I'm not like super jealous because Dubai, it's been perfect weather in this past month. So all things considered, I cannot complain. But thank you for sending that across. I am a bit jealous. But yes, welcome back, guys. Happy New Year. Hopefully everyone enjoyed the holidays with their loved ones, family, friends, and so on. It's been a pretty fun... It's been enjoyable the past month, or however long it's been since I last saw you guys. So you know what? It's been so long. I put some notes down here for me to kind of think about what is it that we need to cover, because it's been so long. So here are my live stream notes, things to talk about. One, my new tattoo, right? You guys already saw it, or I revealed it on my last stream, but I spent the better part of this month just healing it, so that part hasn't been as fun. But anyways, we gotta talk about our new tattoo. I gotta talk about my mom. She's actually in my bedroom right now. She's here for one more day, and then tomorrow I will be taking her back to the airport. So yeah, I'll catch you guys up on just like what it's been like and all the fun stuff there. What else do we need to catch up on? New YouTube videos. So while I have not been streaming, I have just been working nonstop anyways. So I was able to pump out a few new YouTube videos, which I'm happy to share on the stream, kind of take you guys behind the scenes of what I was thinking through. Another new thing that I'll catch you guys up on is I have officially launched my second YouTube channel for the most absurd of reasons, but it's a channel for my two cats and just putting like relaxing music while you see 4K color graded beautiful cinematic footage of my cats with some nice music behind the scenes. So anyways, it's gonna be like a lo-fi channel, so I'll kind of talk through that as well. It's been fun. And then I'll talk about a new opportunity or a new thing that I'll be doing in about 5 days from now. There's something called the 1 Billion Followers Summit that's happening here in Dubai. And apparently it's a big deal in the sense of like Mr. Beast will be there. A bunch of like big influencers will be doing, talks at this event. So I'm assuming it's a big networking event. So I'll kind of briefly talk about what I'll be doing there. Nothing crazy, like nobody knows me over there, but someone did reach out to see if I would take some hosting duties. So we'll go into that. I'll talk a little bit as if we have some time around just like tech stuff that I'm dealing with. So I'll talk through the mini PC in case there are people in the chat who know how to, be a streamer and can help me out. So anyways, mini PC stuff that we'll go over that. Goals for 2026. Right, we are being ambitious this year. Every year I've been somewhat ambitious, I guess. But yeah, I want to make sure we kind of set some goals for the year. I want to talk through what my process, my thought process is for how do we take live streaming forward. I've shared a bit of this in the past couple months of my streaming, of how do I take my wildlife photography, my travel adventures, and mix it with live stream. So it's not going to come as much of a surprise to some of you, but I do want to kind of talk it through just to manifest it, if you will, and commit to it. And then, YouTube strategy. So maybe I'll talk through a little bit now that I've posted a few more videos. I might talk through a little bit of the challenges I've faced with like finding a good editor, and also just trying to think through the right consistency in terms of how do I keep posting quality videos and continue growing the YouTube channel. So those will be some fun things to kind of talk through on my end. And then the last thing I put here was TikTok live ? So I am curious. I want to keep testing out, can I do a live stream since we're already multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube? I had to take a pause on Kick just because the software that I'm using seems to hate Kick. So anyways, for now we're on YouTube and Twitch. Did I say it right? Yeah, YouTube and Twitch. But I also want to test out, could I do a vertical live stream at the same time as I'm doing the landscape view? And I do have, technically I have almost 100,000 followers on TikTok. Not that it means anything, because like I barely post there and it all just came from one video that went viral. But why not? If we have a baseline to start with, can I push this forward? So these are just some of the things that I've set aside that, depending on how today's stream goes, how long we stream for, we'll try to cover as much of these grounds as possible. So there you go. Another maybe just quick update. Well, I guess I can show it here. Yeah, so this is so if you guys are hearing music, hopefully you guys can hear the music. Wait, hold on. Let me double check. Man, not only do I feel rusty, I just feel... Wait, hold on. I mean, I feel rusty, but I'm just double checking everything is still working. Okay, cool. Let me exit out of this thing. All right, so hopefully you guys can hear the music playing. No music? Oh, shoot. God. Maybe this is the year I'll start cursing on stream. Lord knows I'll need... Okay, Chrome browser. It's saying it's playing, but maybe I don't have it on the right track. Let's see. Chrome browser music should be on... No, it should be playing. Maybe it's just too quiet. Could be the thing. Fed, you said no music. Damn it. Do you mind double checking? Can you double check your ears, sir? It should be pretty quiet though, regardless, because it says on my end it's around negative 40 decibels. You can't hear it? God dang it. Okay, let me pause the music. I'm gonna play a different... Can you guys hear that?
Happened exactly, but somewhere along the line, a lot of new filmmakers are getting the exact wrong ideas.
Because that was pretty loud. My OBS is saying it was playing, so it might have just been I need to turn up the volume on the previous one. Yeah, I hear the video. Okay, cool. Thank you. So then it must mean I just gotta, let's just blast this baby a bit. It is, to be fair, like the music I'm playing right now, it's very, very low ambient kind of music. So it might not come across that loud. I'm trying to balance between like allowing you guys to hear some music playing, so there's not just... I feel awkward in dead silence sometimes. So I always prefer having a bit of background music playing at all times, but I also don't want it so loud that I can't hear myself, because it gets too distracting. So, okay, hopefully this works. But anyways, guys, check it out. This is a video. Wow. Who are these two? Could it be? Yes, it is Kimbap on the left and Nala on the right. I was having so much fun just making this channel. It's so absurd, but I've been having fun. So it's called Lo-Fi Cat Naps. All right. It's such a small channel that if you type Lo-Fi Cat Naps, it won't even show up on YouTube. So, but I'm proud of it. I'm constantly making changes to it as well. So let me just give you guys. I think it's like www.youtube.com/@lo-fi-cat-naps. Boom. So yeah, obviously it's of my two cats, which we've got over here. So here's our live view. I've been playing around with a bunch of these things too, by the way. So hopefully everything looks okay. So I think, oh my God, it's been so long. I think on our previous streaming, either I made the change right towards the end, or you guys might not have seen this before, but I did change the angle of I changed the camera lens as well as where I placed Kimbap relative to the camera. So right now it's a 50 millimeter lens that I'm using attached to my Nikon Z6 III, which is clamped up to this C stand to my left. So from the main view, where would it? Kimbap is just right behind me. Hold on. There he is. Look at that, buddy. So now Kimbap is just off to the back side over there. But now he's a bit closer to Nala as well, because I have some thoughts of like an overhead camera angle. But anyways, yeah, you can see Kimbap's over there. We've got it now on a nice 50 millimeter lens. So hopefully it'll look a bit more cinematic, dare I say. You get the nice, clean, creamy background. It's probably a touch too dark, So there's a few things I still need to kind of adjust and figure out. Also, I need to figure out, how do I decorate the background a bit more? It could use some work. I could use some subtle light sources. So I think even that lantern, if I remember, you like purchased a lantern for Christmas or something, like one of those vintage style ones, but something like that could be nice. But I am trying to maintain a cool tone to this shot with Kimbap, and I'll break it down in terms of my YouTube channel, the lo-fi cat naps. And then of course we've got Nala over here. Beautiful Nala. She's switched over from the Amazon box. Right now she's back to the pillow. Whoa, it's KG photography. KG, it's been a year. Ha ha ha. Dad jokes aside. But yeah, KG, happy new year to you. My goodness, it's been a while. It's been a minute. It's been a year. Hopefully you had a wonderful festivities. Hopefully you've enjoyed the rest of the year. Hopefully life has been productive and busy. But yeah, good stuff for you. And how are you? Good to hear from you. This is my first stream of the year. My mom's visiting. She's actually here for one more day, and then I'll be dropping her off at the airport. Oh, let me add one more thing to things to catch you guys up on for the stream and what's coming up. Recap on quote unquote roommates. I say roommates, but basically, if you guys saw my last stream of last year, actually for the last few streams, I had a buddy of mine, Nick. He's a tattoo artist who gave he did like a hand poking tattoo for me years back, and he was crashing at my place. And as a thank you, he actually did this recent tattoo on my hand, which was a big deal for me, by the way. So because it's on the hand, right? There's a lot that it symbolized for me. So really appreciative of it. And so then literally as he left, my mom arrived. So he saw my mom as he was leaving. And my mom's been here for, I think, like 2 to 3 weeks. And the moment I drop off my mom at the airport tomorrow, I have yet another friend who is crashing with me for, I think, like a month to 2 months. So it's been crazy, unexpected, but I'm not going to be alone for a long time, just as an FYI. I'll catch you guys up to everything in a second. Anyways, KG says, very busy, but I streamed twice last week for the first time in a while, so that was fun. How have you been? Well, good to hear that you've been streaming. I think if I remember, again, it's been a while, so forgive me if I get any of the facts wrong, but if I remember, you had a new job, or you had something that changed your schedule significantly. So I didn't know to what extent that impacted your streaming pursuits, or yeah, how you did it. So good to hear you're able to do it again. But yes, life's been good. How have I been doing? I've been doing well. Like I said, I took a break from streaming once my mom was here, just to, it was her first time visiting me, and I've been living in Dubai for 5+ years. And so, yeah, I've been doing a mix of doing like tour guiding stuff, but honestly, I could have done a much better job, but I've been balancing my work stuff as well as trying to be a host. But she knew that. She wanted to be here a long time, but she knew that I'd have to be working most of it. But yeah, I try to show her the sights, like the Burj Khalifa and all the other typical things. But thankfully, she and I both share something in common. Who would have thought? But neither of us likes large crowds and traffic and stuff. So yeah, it's like, see some shiny buildings. There are some really amazing things about Dubai, but you see a few wow factors, big buildings, amazing malls, or like stuff like that. In terms of nature, you don't really get much, and then you move on. So, but yeah, life's been good. And yeah, the streaming has been really fun. Like I said, I had to take a pause, but we're picking it back up. Here I am. And then we'll see. I'm trying to get back into streaming every day, and I've been also testing out that co-working stream concept. Oh yeah, let me add that to this list of things to talk about. New cat channel, co-working stream. Yeah, goals. So yeah, these are all the things. I'll probably hop around between these things in terms of what we'll talk about today. There's no plan for today. I don't know if I'm going to get through too much of like photo editing or video editing stuff. I do have DaVinci opened up, but I didn't know which one to start with. Let's go to let's go to my cats first. Lo-fi cat naps, okay? And then give me a second. I need to blow my nose. Jesus, the allergies are kicking in. Let's see if I can mute. Testing. Okay, we're back. Oh yeah, and then KG, the other, I guess, change since we last spoke is I let my hair down. So I did a bit of a Rapunzel, and that's been fun, you know? Because even for me, I was a bit shocked to see how long the hair's gotten. So, yeah. But it is annoying when I have to put my headphones on. Ugh. I don't know how women do it with the long hair. Okay, so here we go. What are we on? Oh yeah, here's lo-fi cat naps. All right, you know what? Let's go through that first. New cat channel. Boom. Wait, can I strike through? Yes. Wow, we're being so professional. Okay, so let's talk about my new cat channel. It is called Lo-fi Cat Naps, okay? We've got 9 beautiful subscribers. Thank you very much. But yes, I started this, I think like, maybe, has it been 11 days ago? Something like that. But here, let's open it up. As I was like, you know, as I've been dabbling around with the live streams, right? We've got these beautiful camera angles here that I've been enjoying, right? In terms of like our live streams, being able to, you know, utilize the professional cameras that I have, the skill sets that I've developed around filmmaking and all that fun stuff, and then just applying it to live streaming and putting up these cameras. So it's been really fun, right? Like we've got these nice cinematic visuals. And as part of that, I figured, wait, I could just go ahead and record in 4K log, like, you know, raw footage of both my cats, which is such overkill, but I can do it. Technically, I can do hours of it. So I started while I've been working. When I'm not streaming, I'll actually go ahead and record both my cats if they're hanging out there. And I've just been collecting hours of them. And I'm going to be continuing to do this basically every day. Whenever they're there, I'm just going to hit the record button. So as I get them sleeping and just doing whatever here, then I decided, okay, let's create a YouTube channel where I can put also my music sound libraries that I have, like Music Bed and Artlist and Lens Distortions, all those little sound platforms that I use. Okay, I can start making some mixes where it's like the typical lo-fi concept. Now, here's where I thought that I could have a differentiator. The differentiation that I'm trying to, my hypothesis and what I'll be testing in the coming months as I try to build out this channel, my hypothesis is there are dozens and dozens, there are plenty of competitors when it comes to creating these like lo-fi channels with like soothing music or like, you know, hip-hop, chill, lo-fi beats, all that kind of stuff. But it usually uses AI in terms of the actual visual that you see, right? Like if I type in lo-fi cat, or even, you know, everyone knows the lo-fi girl. Wow, see, I'm up there. Haha, nice. Anyways, when you see these videos, they oftentimes are just looping animations of whatever visual, which is fine, right? And it usually they design it so it looks very aesthetically pleasing and all that fun stuff. However, I have two hypotheses, whatever you say for multiple hypotheses. One, I was like, hey, if I do a live version of a cat instead of an animated one, that could set me apart, because it's like, oh, this is like a real footage as opposed to like the typical looping thing that people see for, you know, ad nauseum. So I thought maybe that could be of interest to some people, or at least I can carve out a niche of people who find that more interesting. And then two, as you get this influx of AI generated graphics and artwork and videos and YouTube, I do feel that there's going to be some level of pushback, a growing pushback, right? Over time, as we see more and more of like AI take over everything, my assumption or hypothesis is that there might be a growing backlash against a lot of the AI generated content. So I figured maybe there could be some people who eventually, if they stumble upon my small channel, will appreciate the fact that these are, you know, this is real as opposed to just generated. So a bit more effort put into it, if you will. And then, yeah, I don't know. There's a few thoughts like that I had. But yeah, if you just Google like lo-fi, let's see, lo-fi music, background music, it's like all AI generated stuff, right? It's like just one after the next. It's like some animated look. Maybe this one's not. Ooh, this one looks good. So yeah, basically I'm trying to do research on this kind of stuff as well. So let's see. Lo-fi room, guitar lo-fi, cafe music, easy listening, background music, lo-fi music, version 8. Okay. Oh, you know, this channel's doing the thing. I was going to do something similar of having the little sound wave pop up. It became so much work that I was like, you know, it's fine. Let's just go forward for now. Enjoy your music. Okay. Our music. So yeah, something like this is basically what I'm trying to do. Just in my case, I guess it's with my two cats, where something that looks fairly cinematic, you know, it's color graded, you know, hopefully a good background setting and stuff like that. And then just setting the mood with some music, people put it on in the background. So yes, that was my concept. And then if we just hop back over to it. So then my thought process here is, for now, I've created 3 different playlists for 3 different types of music. So the study music would be like the lo-fi beats. So like your typical, you know, kind of cafe lo-fi stuff. Then there's a playlist called Relax. So this would be the Relax series, which is more like cinematic. It's what we're listening to right now, actually. So more like ambient / cinematic chill vibes. So not so much, you know, percussion heavy, beats heavy stuff, but still kind of soothing in some ways. And then the third category is sleep, which would be a lot more of the kind of super soft ambient droning kind of soundtracks. And then I figured, okay, what about the visuals? What do we do on the visual side? So for the study playlist, that's where it'll be footage of Nala. So for example, if I open this guy up, let's pause this. So then here, this is where I just have like again, nothing looping. It's just a full-on video, mostly focused, actually only focused on my cat, Nala. So very warm tone, a slightly brighter at times, but just kind of like like a warmer tone for like when you're in study mode, right? You got to be deep focus, get some shit done kind of mode. And then the one we were just listening to before, this is the relax mode. So I figured just to differentiate, we'll have both my cats and I'll do like a split screen so you can kind of see both of them. And my goal is to synchronize the shot. So if you see Kimbap moving on the left, you'll technically kind of see him moving in the background of the Nala shot. So yeah, ideally I can use synchronized shots for this kind of stuff. And then the sleep mode, which is, if we hop over to sleep, this is so nerdy. I don't know if nerdy is the right word, but it's kind of, I was joking when I was like FaceTiming with some of my buddies. They're just laughing at the absurdity of me spending so much time. I've been spending hours trying to research and put this all together. Yeah, but it's been really fun. So for example, I just posted this 4 hours ago. So this is the sleep playlist series. And for these videos, it will be Kimbap. And it'll be more of the cooler tone, since I have this like background lighting, which is more cool tone in the background versus the warm tone closer to where I'm sitting, which is where Nala is. So I figured that would be a nice visual way to differentiate between the series. And so then this one would be more soft music, and we got lovely Kimbap over here just kind of doing his thing. And then over time, we'll update the background to have random shit, whatever keeps making the vibes immaculate. So yeah, that's and each one is like 2 hours long or 1 hour long. So I've been having fun with it. So feel free to give it a follow. Obviously, I would appreciate it, but like, you know, it's just a fun, how you say, if it works out, that's great. If it doesn't work out, it still kind of serves a purpose for me, because I am learning as I go. I'm, you know, publishing content, and yeah, so we'll see how it lands. But let me, oh, you know what? Let me go and like this one and subscribe so I can find it again. And then let me turn this down ever so slightly on my end. Okay. Cool. So there you go. That's my new cat channel called at Lo-Fi Cat Naps. Boom. What the hell's this? Okay, what else should we talk about here? I guess we can go in order. Let's talk about my tattoo. Yes, hells yeah. I've already I've kind of talked about it quite a bit, but I get to show the tattoo again, since the last time I showed it, it was, I think, under wraps, because I had the skin, what do you call it? The second skin wrap. So now it's almost 100% healed. It takes a while to heal, especially like hand tattoos, because the skin is so, what do you call it? So thin, and there's so much motion, so you're constantly adding a lot of friction to the tattoo. So it takes quite a bit to heal it. But here you go. So we've got the new hand tattoo. So it's a mix of like Korean symbology or Korean words over here, but then he, you know, the artist Nick, he does a lot of like abstract designs, right? So it's like symbology based. So he kind of just designed this based off of my passion for photography and traveling and nature. And so starting with the index finger, basically mimicking when I'm holding the camera, this is my trigger finger. So from the moment of hitting, you know, I need to cover my eyes so it'll focus. From the moment I hit the shutter button, it'd be like the flash where, you know, the light is being captured through the sensor, and then it basically travels, journeys, the chaos eventually turning into some form of art, right? As the chaos becomes more focused, I guess, or yeah, as you make more sense and structure and form out of chaos. So that's kind of like the design concept of it. And then whenever, there's no time limit, or whenever he's back in town or we decide on it, he's going to continue to do the rest of my arm. So imagine like throughout the rest of this empty space, he'll just extend this design all the way past. And then there'll be a tag team. So he's going to do the tattoo alongside a friend of his who's also a tattoo artist who does a lot of color design. So between the two of them, they're going to like do, imagine like these fingers will have like a color tattoo that wraps around. And so it'll stand out from the black ink. So you'll basically see like two designs that kind of interweave and, you know, intermingle so they don't kind of blur into each other. So very excited about that. Again, TBD when that'll happen, but you can expect sometime in the future that'll be the rest of my arm. So boom, I wasn't expecting to get a new tattoo, so that was a huge, a big surprise. I'm very grateful to Nick for doing the work, creating the design. I mentioned this briefly in my last stream, but the hand tattoo was something I've always wanted to do, but you know, back in my corporate days, you can imagine it's a bit nerve-wracking because it is still fairly taboo. Haha, tattoo taboo. It's a bit taboo to have like visible ink, depending on what industry you're in. And in my industry, I'm doing a lot of I was doing a lot of client engagement and presentations and stuff like that, which was never a problem in terms of my arm, because I obviously would wear long sleeves, no issues there. But yeah, to get a hand tattoo, that's like, it was, to me, it was like a moment, it was like a symbolic gesture on my end to say, from the moment I feel that I don't ever want to go back into corporate, not want, if I feel that I've made enough progress that I don't want or need to go back into corporate, I was like, okay, let me get a hand tattoo to as a milestone. I'm not necessarily there yet, so this is a bit premature because like we're still months and months, if not a couple years removed from being able to say I'm a successful so and so doing my passion in the way that I want to. But I have made enough progress that I feel more and more confident every day that this journey that I'm on, this direction that I'm going towards, it will only lead to more in that direction and not going back into a corporate world. So yeah, this was me basically shutting the door on ever going back into like a 9-to-5 job. We'll see. But anyways, that was the reason behind it. It's more meaningful for me. So yeah, that was big. I wasn't expecting that. So boom. What else should we talk about? Oh yeah, I mentioned this, so I think I can just cut through this one pretty quickly. Like I said, my mom's here. It's been, man, 5+ years that I've been in Dubai. And because of how far away it is, how expensive it is, it's usually pretty difficult for my family to like come over and visit me here. So usually what would happen is I would fly over to the States and hang out with them. The past couple years has been pretty difficult for me to like travel back to the States just because my schedule, I've been so like chest deep in my passion and like the traveling required and the photography stuff and the everything involved with it that I just haven't been able to make out a trip back to the States. So I haven't been able to see family in a while. So it was nice that she came over here. And so yeah, I showed her the sites in Dubai. There's not like a bunch of places you take people to. There's like kind of the set stone ones, right? It's like you go to the Burj Khalifa, see the tallest building in the world type thing. You go to Dubai Mall, I don't know if it's still considered, but as far as I know, the largest mall in the world. Then you go to Dubai Marina, beautiful place. You got this like, man-made lagoon thing, and then there's like a couple man-made islands that you check out, and it's just a lot of like scenic vibes. It's very picturesque. Dubai has a lot of picturesque locations where you see families walking around in strollers, tourists, everyone's happy, bright lights, everything's clean. So it gives off these vibes of like, wow, you're in an oasis. Obviously that's by design from Dubai, but it's genuine. Like it is a place where if you have the money, if you have the means, life in Dubai is very, very comfortable. And so obviously I'm taking my mom to those locations so she can kind of see those vibes. So yeah, I've been taking her around here and there. Otherwise, yeah, it's just, yeah. So she's leaving tomorrow. Fed's asking, did you show her the sharks at the mall? Yes, I did. I'm laughing because I posted a story on Instagram when we did that. Because I think I said something to the lines of like, man, because basically I don't know shit about Dubai. I don't like explore too much. My explorations usually come in the form of traveling out of Dubai, like just going to, international trips for my passions. Traveling within Dubai is just not really something I spend a lot of time doing. So my sorry ass excuse of being a tour guide was taking her to the mall to show her the sharks. But hey, it is impressive. She was impressed, but it's just hilarious because like that is like the minimal lowest level of effort required as a tour guide, let's say in Dubai. But it got the job done. She was impressed. Yeah, we did a lot of shopping, basically. She got a lot of Dubai chocolate, because I didn't know how big Dubai chocolate was, like worldwide. I didn't know the demand has been so insane. The first time I got a sense of it was my buddy's wedding in Spain. So a bunch of my college friends, we were all meeting up in Spain for my friend's wedding last year. And one of my friend's wife basically had asked me to bring Dubai chocolate with me because she really wanted it. I was like, really? Okay, shit. Fair enough. And so I got her a few bars of Dubai chocolate, not knowing that apparently it's like viral. Like people love this shit. So even my mom, when she came here, was like, "Oh, I need to buy a bunch of that thing, that Dubai chocolate for all the all the people, the family members." So we did a bunch of Dubai chocolate shopping, if that counts as being a good tour guide. We tried it in Spain, says Fed. It's not really expensive there, like it is everywhere else in Europe for some reason. Yeah, it's dude, it is so good though. I can actually understand the hype. Usually I feel like I'm a contrarian by I don't know. I feel like I love being a contrarian. Not always, but sometimes. But I honestly, when it comes to Dubai chocolate, I understand the hype because I'm not like a sweets guy. I don't really have a sweet tooth. I tried some Dubai chocolate and it's gotten to a point where I need to have a bit of Dubai chocolate every night or basically every day. I just want to, snap off a piece of that Dubai chocolate and just, oh man, it's so good. So yeah, obviously Dubai, I think if I could personify, anamorphize Dubai, I would, if I was Dubai, I'd be like, you know what? Everyone thinks I'm just a copycat. They make, it's like all these shiny buildings, we copy something from another country and just make it bigger or shinier or grander. So I feel like that's the reputation of Dubai. Dubai chocolate comes out and this feels genuinely like a Dubai product. You're like, nowhere else in the world do you get it's called Dubai chocolate. So I think the government of Dubai, everyone in Dubai basically was like, yo, we need to throw down. We got to put money into this thing and make it a thing. And it genuinely is fantastic of a product. So everywhere it's being hyped up, honestly, like you go anywhere and people on the streets is trying to sell you Dubai chocolate. So Fed says, I brought some back home to my buddy too. The guy who went to Dubai on vacation so they could try the chocolate while waiting to go to Dubai. Nice. I should put that on my list. Dubai chocolate. Boom. Wow. As if I meant to talk about this. Let's cross this off. Anyways, yeah, so showed her the sights and oh yeah, and then she's been making, home cooked meals for me, which has been a blessing because my meals are super bland. But it's also bad because I started a new diet, which I had to put on pause since she's been visiting and like feeding me too much good food. New diet, aka no more rice / carbs. Sad face. So yeah, anyways, typical mom stuff. Moving on. What else do we need to cover here? New YouTube videos. Hells yeah. All right, so let's go through. First, let me go through the lo-fi catnaps. This is, by the way, I do put a lot of work into this. I hope whoever follows my lo-fi catnaps channel in the future, they can recognize that this is not like generating something in AI and just like slapping some music easily and then boom, you're done. It's like, no, I did put a lot of effort into kind of putting this formula together. I even for this video or anything with my Nala in it, I made it so the lighting looks like it's pulsating. So as the video is playing, you would see basically as if Mr. Steampunk over here, the pulsing light concept. So yeah, we put some thought into it. I put into thought like how long the video should be, and then I put in all of the titles of each song as it plays in the very beginning. But generally speaking, I say it's a lot of work. It was a lot of work to create the template. Now it should be the best part, which is like rinse and repeat. So now it's just once I have some new recordings of my cat, I just slap on the same template, repurpose the music. I don't think I can find new music every single time. So I found out so far I've created 2 different mixes, if you will, per series, where all of this is brand new music. So if, for instance, if you listen to episode 1 and episode 2, which are color coded here, if you listen to it back to back, all the songs that you're listening to would be unique. So there would be nothing that repeats basically. So, but at some point you run out of songs or quality songs. So I think I'll just end up just constantly iterating off of mix 1 and mix 2 and fun stuff like that. So anyways, this is basically what I've been doing behind the scenes, is putting these lovely cat videos together. So hopefully you guys will stay tuned for more of this kind of absurd shit. Okay, anyway, so that aside, now let's go into the actual, my main brand. So, Chimp Island. I've been milking a lot of content from this, which, you know, I say milking as if it's a bad thing. It's like, no, there's so much, I need to continue extracting the high quality footage that I have from this trip. And it's just, I've been too slow with it, just with so many things that I've been juggling, that I haven't been able to publish these in a timely fashion. In a world where I was much better at my job, let's say, I would have published these clips that I posted onto my YouTube channel. I would have been publishing it months ago. Basically, like, as the announcement of the Nikon ZR came out, I should have been publishing these videos like right off the bat, because obviously it's very timely. People are Googling that kind of stuff. And like the footage that I had, it is good stuff, right? But anyways, never say never. It's never too late. I have spent the past few weeks off of live streaming working on these videos and just kind of finding the nice cuts of them where yeah, I can publish it as YouTube videos. So hopefully you guys will check out my YouTube channel. Where is it? Is this one playing? This one's playing. Okay. Dang it. Oh, it still plays. Oh my god, YouTube web. Good on ya. So I can't play these ones because I use my MusicBed license. So the live stream, if it picks it up, it'll send me a copyright strike thing. But anyways, I created a series of 5 different, I say short clips, but generally speaking, like anywhere from 2 minutes to 12 minutes. And so hopefully you guys check it out. It's a bit more low effort content as opposed to like the higher effort trailers or cinematic stuff that I do. Just putting some soothing music and then just finding the right clips to showcase. So I created 5 moments so far of my footage. One is called the March of the Chimps. I can probably make at least 2 more of these videos because this one only showcases one of the times when the chimps are walking towards the camera. Then I took all the shots of the mother chimp with the baby holding on to her back, and I just put that all into a single video. I patted myself on the back. I called the title of it is Handheld, A Mother's Journey. And I was like, ooh, handheld, because I was hand holding the shot, and you know, the baby chimp was holding on to the mother. It's not the coolest, smartest thing, but I was proud of it. And then I have like one video clip that's basically focusing on the audio quality. So just taking a few moments where you can really hear the chimps screeching into the microphone. And so it's a little bit of like kind of showcasing the quality of the Nikon ZR here, but it's also nice moments of seeing like crazy chimps screeching at you. Then I created one video taking some of the moments where the chimps were in the water on the edge of the island during a feeding. And just kind of taking some of the best moments there, putting it together. And then the last one was just taking a bunch of footage of Dr. Rakundo as he was basically feeding and bonding with some of the chimps. So yeah, that ended up being about 12 minutes of just showing some of those moments. So there you go. My goal is to continue posting more of these types of clips more frequently. And we'll get into like because I'm still brainstorming, I'm thinking through like my YouTube strategy, but yeah, my strategy is I need to post more of these like lower efforts, more personal videos. So something in between the live stream, which is the most informal, most low effort in the sense that you just turn on the camera once, you don't really edit, right? It's just what you see is what you get. And it's very personal because you're hearing me unscripted, you know, and you can speak with me, and you know, you get it, it's a live stream. But I want something that's one step on the spectrum closer towards like polished but still informal. So there's a few things we can chat about, but yeah, point is I'm constantly working through and brainstorming how do I be a better YouTuber. So Oh yeah, and then I did finish that video of Dehancer, but my god. So yeah, feel free guys, I would love for you guys to check out this video I made of Dehancer, my review of it, which I love obviously. The thing I was disappointed about, it has nothing to do with Dehancer, I was disappointed with the editor that I used. Is that on my list of things to talk about? I guess I'll add it here. Editing problems. What else do I need to cover on the new YouTube videos? I think we're done. Yeah, so anyways, check out my YouTube channel. Actually, let me type that in here. What is it? Exclamation mark YouTube. Let's see if that worked. Boom. Okay. Check out my YouTube channel. Enjoy the videos. Make sure to do the typical like and put a comment and obviously subscribe and fun. Anyways, there should be at least 5 new videos if you haven't checked out my channel recently, as well as my review from 2 weeks ago of Dehancer, which includes a nice little cinematic trailer I made in the beginning of it. I'm very proud of that trailer, by the way. Okay, so that out of the way, new YouTube videos. Boom. Let's talk about editing problems. It's been like so tough finding a good editor, and it's not even about like a monetary thing either. That I'm sure that is part of the problem. It's like you get what you pay for type thing, but it's not like I've been skimping on the salary. It's like I would find an editor. I found one editor on Upwork, and then I found another editor on YT Jobs, and both of them, on the surface of it, when you see their portfolio, what they've worked on, they seem fantastic. On paper, I'm impressed. I'm excited. Let's get started. And I went through a huge, like, I had over, I think, 100 to 200 applicants. And so anyways, each time they have sorely disappointed me in terms of the quality of work, in terms of the lack of communication, in terms of the lack of transparency. I shit you not, the one that I worked with most recently never told me that she has, to be fair, I don't think she's like said it outright, but I can only imagine this must be the case. The editor I just worked with recently never told me that she outsources or she has her own team that works on the videos. This whole time I thought I was hiring an editor, like a one-on-one relationship where this editor is everything I'm sharing with this person, she's getting it in the video calls. So now she should take my idea, knowing who I am, and work on it. Little did I know, I'm 99%, 95% sure that she has like someone that she outsourced it to because of a few mistakes that came through on the drafts, which were like unacceptable mistakes. I'm talking like in the first draft of the video, they're spelling my name Your Bell Prize, as in YOUR space BELL space prize. And oh my god. And then like another iteration, they made another mistake with my name, even after I had told them like, how are you getting my name wrong? That, like, to me, that's a huge red flag. And then at one point she said something. So I don't know. It's just like, there's a few things where I thought it was somewhat common professional etiquette when it comes to if you're working with someone and they're paying you good money, you should be very professional. You should be very open about, you know, who's working on this. Do you have a team that you're outsourcing it to? Like, these things you should be very upfront. And both of these editors that I ended up working with had issues around transparency, around like, yeah, anyways, that's one of many things. And then the quality of work was sorely disappointing to the point where I had to take over. And I just straight up said, after like this Dehancer video, it was supposed to be done once I handed over all the assets. I handed over all the recordings of me, everything basically, except for one video that I had to send over after the fact. So I was expecting the first draft in 2 to 3 days. You know, like a most on average is like 48-hour turnover, 72-hour turnaround for the first draft. And this editor, I think it took like a week because they kept citing like issues with downloading videos. I don't know, lack of transparency. And it took over a month of back and forths before I finally got the final product. So I missed the ball on a few different things, including like Black Friday and using like promo codes for certain things. Just so many things where I posted this Dehancer video 2 weeks ago, right? In the holiday season, basically, when it should have been done a month and a half ago. Yeah, anyways, Fed says clearly different people for each draft if they make that many mistakes. Dude, oh my god. I'm tempted to leave the worst review possible for this person, but I'm also not that vindictive. Even for the previous editor, I initially wrote a scathing review on Upwork, like scathing, but all of it was backed up. Like I don't exaggerate, so I was saying all the things that went wrong. And then the guy basically pleaded with me to remove the review because it's his livelihood and yada yada yada. So I eventually was like, okay, fine. You know, I just don't hold grudges per se that long. But anyways, so even with this editor, halas, as we say, and maybe I'll just move on, but my goodness, if she tries to put her name on that video saying like, hey, I worked on this video, blah blah blah, I will say something, because yeah. So anyways, I literally had to take the project back from her and her, you know, quote unquote team, and was like, yo, you know what, we need to reduce the scope, don't work on the opening trailer because it was so terrible. Like, they like poor choice of music, or they just not following directions, not knowing how to put nice video clips together in a nice paced kind of way, making it dynamic, all of that kind of stuff. They just didn't follow any of the instructions. So I was like, you know what, I'm doing the opening trailer, which I'm glad I did, because obviously I'm really happy with how the opening trailer turned out. Hopefully you guys check it out on my YouTube channel. It's like about 1 minute long. But yeah, it's some of my better work. I'm very proud of it. But that was supposed to be a task for an editor to do, because I needed to test them and make sure we have... Anyways, so... God. Anyways. If nobody leaves bad reviews, this will continue happening. It's not about grudges. That is true. That is true. If everyone is nice, people will continue getting bad editors. Yeah, so in a way, it's like I'm saying, I suffered, so you shall as well. You bring up a good point, Fed, but it's like giving reviews in general. Like it depends on, I guess, what the product or the service is. Yeah, I'm not sure what to say on this one, but yeah, it's also the opportunity cost, because now you can imagine there were a bunch of other really good prospects that I basically had to turn down because I said, hey, I'm going with this editor. This editor lives in Dubai, so I thought that would solve some of the issues with, like, if I have to transfer big files over, oh, I can just hand it over to her. Oh my god, I'm putting 2 and 2 together as we speak. Okay, get this, okay? Because I'm having a video call with this editor, and I was like, yo, you live in Dubai? That's amazing, because I'm in Dubai. That actually solves so many of my issues where, let's say if I'm working on a project that's like 2 terabytes footage, oh, then I can just literally I can just give you the portable SSD and you can work on it. But for some reason, she was like very hesitant when I brought that up. And I remember thinking that was strange that she was pushing... It's like, you know, they don't say it in words, but there's something about their body language, the whatever, that made it sound as if that wasn't really an option. I remember at the time, the assumption I made was, oh, because she's a woman, maybe she has some reservations about meeting her clients in person, especially if it's a guy. Like, you know, oh... I'm not comfortable giving my address, blah, 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 something like that, right? And I remember I even worked around it by saying like, oh, obviously we don't have to meet in person. I can just deliver because there's like a delivery service in Dubai where you can just give it to a driver and the driver will drop off the SSD. So I was like, oh, that's perfect. Even then, there's something about her response that seemed to be like hesitant. And now I'm putting two and two together. It's because she has a freaking team, or she outsources to some editor who probably lives somewhere else, right? Because she's Indian, so I'm wondering if she has like an Indian editor as part of her team that like lives in India or something like that, right? So then she didn't tell me this, but my assumption now is that she basically omitted the truth that she outsources some work to someone that's remote. So this whole thing about like, oh, you're in person, so you can actually edit it more easily and not wait for some files to download after 2 days. It's because she freaking gives it to this person to do it in India or wherever the, so. Fed, you said, if you had a great editor, it would be out for Black Friday. Yes. And like, I'm so, not furious is too strong of a word, but MusicBed had reached out to me and said like, hey, we're running a promo for Black Friday where, you can create some content on social media, promote this thing, and people can, the thing I think I told you about, right? Where you get a full year of sound effects for free as part of your subscription. But I didn't have any content to showcase. I didn't have any new content using MusicBed because the Dehancer video was supposed to be that video. And because they literally were behind by a freaking month, I wasn't able to publish it by then. So there's like a few things like that where it became misaligned in terms of like a nice opportunity to showcase to a partner like MusicBed that, hey, I can create some quality work in a certain time frame, and hopefully, blah, blah, blah. So they're probably an editing group based in India or something. Yeah. So anyways, that's been an ongoing issue for me, unfortunately, in the past, past forever of trying to do YouTube, and like every time I try to see if I can find an editor. So I'm back to the drawing board. Oh, you know what would be fun? Maybe I'll do this for the next stream. Or I guess we could do it on this stream too if I prep it properly. Okay, next stream, here's what I can do. I can review the top 20 applicants or however many, and maybe we can go through them on stream, right? Of just like, okay, here's the first applicant who's promising. Here's the video that they shared as part of their portfolio. Blah, blah, blah. I'll take some notes. And then basically I need to, because I have to redo this exercise of finding the top quality applicants to reach back out to be like, hey, are you still interested in working together? So, and there has been a few that have like reached out to me recently, so I just need to pick up the ball again. The problem is I need to give them a video to work on, and so that leads me to the next thing on my notes, which I should add. Work on next YouTube review talking head video Pidgey Tech. So I got the script mostly done. I'm just waiting for my mom to leave so that I could film in my apartment a bit easier. But yeah, basically I need to film my next review, which is that Pidgey Tech backpack that I got. And I need to send it to the editor, whoever this new editor is, to do this cycle yet again. Fed says you learn from these experiences and get more savvy. Yes. You know what? And it's also, technically, I can turn this into a YouTube video, right? Make a YouTube video about finding shitty editors. Maybe I shouldn't say that. About the challenges of finding the right editor. God, yeah. I could talk forever on this thing. But yes, you're right, Fed. You learn from these experiences and get more savvy. So, okay, anything else I need to talk about with the editing problems? Well, I guess maybe I'll add. Maybe review prospects on stream. Top 10 or so. Oh wait, let's not cross this part out. Okay. Fed says now you can see these issues quicker with the next editor if they should arise and know when to cut ties earlier. Yeah, it's you're right, Fed. But the thing you can't, and I guess I just need to be much more diligent each time. Like now I know more pointed questions to ask. For instance, do you have a team? Is it just you, right? If you have a team, where are they located? Like, I can either ask the pointed questions, but part of me also am expecting them to notify me. You know, it's like in terms of a long-term editor, someone I want to work with, it has to be like with anyone I want to work with in life, it's someone that you trust. It's someone that you're inspired by. You acknowledge their skill level, all that kind of stuff. I want to work with someone who is not shady, who is not scummy, who's not omitting, what would you call it? Like lying by default, or like they're technically not lying to you. They're just omitting certain facts, which is just as bad as lying in some ways. Yeah, like I just want people to be very transparent. Because even with this second editor, this recent one, I was telling her about the problems I faced with the previous editor, right? Because I was like, hey, the previous editor went radio silent on me, didn't give me updates, and then only told me after like several days that there was some kind of power outage in India. Therefore, like there's all these things that, like all these excuses that the guy gave, and yeah, man. So anyways, that'll be a fun project. God, who would have thought it'd be this difficult to find an editor? But I do still need an editor, because I need to pump out content more frequently. So, especially on social media as well. Like example, even these clips that I've got here. So I've now posted this on YouTube, but I haven't had the time to post some YouTube shorts. I have some ready, but sometimes I just get like a mental block. Where is it? Is it this one? Dun, 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 dun. Where would it be? I'm looking for vertical themed videos. Oh, here we go. Okay, so for example, exhibit A. Where the heck is my... Oh, it's playing from here. Okay. So like, for instance, I've identified a few of these clippable moments. Like obviously that we had that one shot where the alpha male's face shows up big. And then I found a few potential soundtracks, but I just haven't had the time to put it together in the best way possible. And that's where obviously an editor would come in. Okay, anyways. Fed, you say it's important to do all of this up front before signing them up. If they lie, it will be much easier to let them go later. Yeah, and to be fair, with each of them, it was always like a one project. You know, it's like a, hey, let's feel each other out, essentially. So we'll work on this one project. We're not doing some big contractual thing. It's just you're paying me for this one gig and go from there. So in that sense, it's easier to cut ties. Ask as many questions as possible up front. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I did. I swear to Christ. They just lied. Like I don't know what else to say, because it was like okay. There's two things. I'm making it sound like I definitely could have done a better job, because now that I'm thinking about it, there's a few things I will do going forward. Let's say editor comes to me and says like, hey, I want to work with you, and I look at their portfolio and the videos look fantastic. Now I know that when I have the interview with them, I'll be like, hey, you sent me video A, and video A is fantastic. What was your role in making that video? Because now I'm realizing some of these guys will straight up lie. They'll lie to your face. They'll be like, yeah, I made that video. Yeah. And it turns out all they did was export the video or some dumb shit like that, you know, where it's like, oh yeah, that's my video. Oh damn, you did all that? Like you did all the sound effects, you did all the motion graphics, the visual effects. Yeah. In reality, it's like maybe they only did the color grading, or maybe they only added the text overlays. So I think that for sure is something I can do a better job of, like asking more pointed questions of like, what exactly was your role on these videos that you're saying is yours? Yeah. There's a few things like that. Treat it like a corporate job interview. Yeah. But honestly, it's just that the lady just lied to my face. Had an outsourced team. I told her all of my expectations. I'm like super anal about these things. I sent like documentation. There's nothing. You shouldn't. If you're working with me, you walk away without any questions, because I've basically given you the blueprints of like everything I need to do. Here's the script. Here's like for each section, here's the file name that you can use for this section. Here's the B-roll. Here's suggested soundtracks. Here's some like reference videos that you can use because I like this person's style. Like I provided all of that. And then they just kept saying, no problem. Yes, I've done something like that before. Here's the previous work. And then none of that seemed to come through with my video. It's like, yo, where did all that talent go? What the hell? It's like, oh man, what is it in dating? What's the term when someone pulls the rug out from under you? God, what is that term? Okay, you know what? ChatGPT, what is that? Amber, what is the term that people use in a dating scenario where you see a person, they look really pretty, but when you meet them in real life, they look completely different from their picture?
Yeah, that's often called catfishing. Basically, it's when someone uses photos that really don't match how they actually look in real life, and you get that surprise when you meet them.
Catfishing. Yeah, I basically got catfished. I got catfished by the editor. So what can you do? But that oh my god, that's been one of my greatest sources of stress in this past few months, because like I put so much expectations in like locking down an editor months ago. My thought was, oh, I should have an editor a few months ago, therefore I can now focus my energy on just consistently pumping out videos that they can work on. And so it's been a bit regrettable in some ways. Not really regrets, like you said, Fed, you learn from this, right? So yo, low bass, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for resubbing. Oh man, it's been so long. I also need to make sure to resub to the people I've been subbing to, including yourself, low bass. So thank you very much. Happy New Year. Thanks for being here. Welcome to the first stream of 2026 on my side. We were just talking about catfishing. Hopefully you had a wonderful start to your year, as well as a wonderful end to last year in terms of holidays. Treat it like, oh yeah, if I hire you, will you do the whole job, or is it a team effort? Who is my contact person, etc.? Yeah. Now it seems so obvious. But you know, I was naive. We're learning from it. But yeah, oh my god. So anyways, check out my video on my YouTube channel. I am very proud of it. I did, you know, the editor did do some of the work, but nothing impressive. Like literally, I'm not even saying that in a, it's somewhat harsh, but like the editor just did like the bare bones of cropping when I'm showing my editing screen, like DaVinci, and just cropping the section and zooming in on it so you can see it more easily. And even that required so many back and forths to get them to make it better. I had to redo everything, like the title overlays, like for each chapter, how it pops up. I had to do obviously the whole intro myself. Yeah. Low bass says, ChatGPT taught me how to steam the tops of my sunny side up eggs. Oh, do you just put the lid on top? I thought that's how you do it. Tell us. Oh, by the way, low bass. I have a new AI that I'm using. I'm using Claude, C-L-A-U-D-E, the Anthropic one, and that's been super impressive, by the way. I'm imagining low bass, you might already be using it, or if not, you should, because like everything I keep seeing on social media is about how Claude, the Opus 4.5 version or model, basically allows you to do that quote unquote vibe coding, or at least make it much more of a reality. And definitely when it comes to web applications, apparently, man, it does everything. So apparently everybody knew about this but me. Oh, you're talking about the egg thing? Yo, how did you not know how to steam the top of your sunny side up eggs? Hells yeah, all you got to do is put the lid on top, and then the heat bounces back down and starts doing a little bit of a cooking. Yeah, man. Apparently everybody knew this. I was using it. Gotcha. Oh, you're talking about Cloud. No, yeah. It excels at slightly different things than ChatGPT. Code X blows it out the water. Code X? Codex? Code X. Oh, OpenAI has a coding thing? I see. Okay. I'm not at the coding stage. Basically, I'm trying to vibe code my own mobile app right now. I probably shouldn't because I'm doing way too many things at once. I have too many things on the docket. However, for fun, I've been seeing if Cloud can help me create a mobile app. I have an idea. I have this idea, which I think is a brilliant idea, by the way, if I do say so myself. Multi-billion-dollar idea. So I'm seeing if Cloud can help me put the prototype together at the very least. I can share more once it's a bit more substantive. Cloud is a little bit better at writing original code, but it doesn't keep its knowledge base up to date as ChatGPT does. I just said Codex. I don't know why. Oh, is Codex is something else? Codex. Codex is like some AI thing? Codec AI. Is that what you're referring to? Everything has like the same names these days. Okay, I completely give up. I said I didn't capitalize. Oh, okay. So it's Codex. Okay, so it is the OpenAI thing. Codex. Just without the capital. Okay. Well, yeah, that's been fun. You know, one thing I am trying to figure out is if I can get Cloud to create some web apps that I can use during my live streams. So it's a bit abstract what I'm saying, but there's a few things I thought like, oh, what if Cloud can generate some like web applications for me on the spot that I can use during my live streams. So Codex, effing voice to text has screwed this so much that you don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. It's okay. I don't know what I'm talking about. So, but yes, welcome Low Base. Thank you very much for the resub. That's an awesome way to start off the new year. To be honest with you, I was like, man, I've been off for what? It feels like forever, but it's been a few weeks, so I do feel very rusty. But you always have that feeling of like, okay, if I go back to streaming and you've been off for so long, like, are people going to want to tune in, or like, you know, do you lose your audience and stuff? Although I guess my base is already very small, so it's not as big of a deal, I guess. Actually, I don't know. Anyways, you have the thought of like, oh, can I continue live streaming as if I'm a live streamer? So we're getting back into things. Today's just a chill day. I don't think I'm going to get through any proper editing today, most likely. But I did want to, at the very least, catch everyone up to speed on things that I've been working on. One thing I'll also bring up when it comes to those new YouTube videos I mentioned, it was fun. I wish I could have showed this on stream, but I did, you know, edit a few of the screen grabs. And, you know, shout out to Nikon, right? I'm sure all the cameras can do this, but my recent Instagram post that I made, I posted a carousel mixing 5 photos with 5 videos. Again, it's meant to just kind of promote my YouTube channel and get people to watch it there. But each of the photos that I shared are screen grabs or stills, right? So stills from the actual video files. And, you know, upon a big screen, you can clearly see the quality is not as good as if I had taken an actual proper photo in the proper megapixels. But I'm actually super impressed with the quality of these stills that I was able to do a bit of light, you know, photo editing to, and, you know, turn it into some quality photos that I could post on social media. So every one of these photos is technically a still from a video capture. So yeah, so I did a bit of this over the holidays in terms of editing some of these shots, and then some of these ended up becoming the thumbnails, which I put onto the YouTube videos. So Anyways, Low Base, you had said, I've nearly finished our community's first Chrome extension. I have one bug I'm trying to iron out. Then I'll try to get it on the Chrome store for testing. Oh my god. Which remind me of something else, sorry. Can I ask Cloud? Maybe I can ask Cloud to do that thing that I keep briefly mentioning, where can it create the Discord concept where it can capture the brand of each member. So are you a Nikon user versus Sony versus whatever? That might be a prompt I'm going to ask Cloud to just kind of help me brainstorm on. Anyway, so yeah, I've been doing a bit of photo editing. I've been using Luminar quite a bit. So Luminar, I know Low Base, you're familiar with it, but I've been having some fun with it. So we'll definitely, in my upcoming streams, as I get back into things, I'll be doing more photo editing via Luminar, so that'll be fun. I think I'll try to do some dedicated editing sessions with it. Co-working stream goals. Yes. So now that we have our new channel, Lo-Fi Catnaps, as part of this new channel, I will, like I said, obviously I'll be doing the 3 different series of video types. So changing up the music and the visual based on if it's for sleep vibes versus relaxing vibes versus like study mode. But then the 4th category that's not here yet is I will start doing my live streams from this channel, Lo-Fi Catnaps, for the co-working concept. So I was having a lot of fun with co-working in the past month of my live streaming journey. And so I've been dabbling with it during my off times. And I figure I'm going to continue doing that on my Twitch channel. So just through my Yobel Prize Twitch, I'll do my early co-working streams. However, on the YouTube side, I'm a bit more careful about not confusing the algorithm. So I didn't want to do live streams from my Yobel Prize YouTube channel when it comes to doing these co-working sessions, because they're so different from like the travel, photography, filmmaking kind of stuff that I'm trying to focus on. Now that I have this Lo-Fi Catnaps channel, I will use this to multi-stream, and on the YouTube side, I will be doing my co-working streams from this channel. So that'll be fun. I haven't done it just yet, but I'll probably, even as early as tomorrow, maybe, depending on my schedule. So just keep that in mind. Co-working stream goals is part of my expectations for this this year. So you'll see a lot more of me is what I'm saying. If you want to see more of me, you'll see more of me. Not in the same fashion. So it won't be, the co-working is going to be, this is where I STFU, right? So you won't really hear from me too much. It'll just be more nice music and my cats. We'll just hang out with my cats. Let's check them out real quick. Look at this little cutie over here. For this one, I currently have the 50mm set to, I think, like f2. Oh, no. I have it on f1.2. So that's probably not ideal when it comes to keeping my cat in focus, because I have it in manual focus mode. But it allows me to put this ND filter on top, and obviously you get the clean background. I'm not sure. I'm still playing around with this one. Let me just adjust the focus point, I think. Hold on. There we go. Okay. I wonder if maybe I should punch in on this shot a bit more. I'm not sure. I haven't figured that out. Okay, so Kimpup's doing well. Here, let me give him a quick pet. Good boy. And of course, we've got the lovely Nala over here. And for this Nala camera, I think the settings are quite different. I have this on like, I think f6.3. Because obviously I have these light sources that are much closer to Nala. So I can increase the aperture and not have super dark shot. But then this way, more of Nala is in focus, and the background with Mr. Steampunk still looks nice. So and maybe it's a bit too sharp. I'm not sure. Like sometimes it's fun to, you know, make the background a bit more blurry. So I haven't figured it out yet. But yes, we got our cinematic shots. One thing okay, so I have a thought. Let's put this on my notes. Where should I put this? I'll put it here. New camera angle. Overhead shot. Wide lens. Above my cats? Question mark. So I'm thinking I have a C-stand just behind this bookshelf. And the C-stand goes way, you know, obviously it towers over my bookshelf, and then I can have you know, have the pole sticking out, and basically I can just get it to extend above me. And I was thinking maybe I can set up, I have one more camera to spare, right? Or in terms of video, I have my Nikon Z6 over there. Or I could use an action camera. I'm not sure. I have to do a bit of research. But my thought process was, or even one of my, I have like an older iPhone that I can use. I was thinking if I set up the C-stand and have the pole sticking out this way, and I can set up the camera to do an overhead shot, such that, one, I could use it for some of my YouTube videos when I'm doing like product reviews or any kind of creative stuff, and I can just mix in a few shots. Like imagine I can do an overhead shot of me typing, or just me at my station, stuff like that. Lowbase says I temporarily canceled my cloud subscription because I'm messing with Grok a little bit, and I'm mostly using Codex to code anyway. Gotcha. Okay. For some reason, my social media, like the Twitter side of things, it's completely, the algorithm has been consumed and absorbed by cloud. So everything is about like, oh my God, this is how I use cloud. Here's how it's changing the world. Like the hype is a bit much. It reminds me a bit of like the crypto days with like every new NFT and stuff. But there's a lot of buzz about cloud. So I'm not like fully bought into it, but I figure I might as well test it out, especially with some ideas that I had upcoming. I don't know much about Grok. I know people make fun of Grok quite a bit on social media, or it seems like the one that gets messed around with the most, or in terms of like behind the scenes there might be some shady stuff. I don't know, that's like the impression I get. But yeah, okay, anyways, so imagine an overhead shot, but I was testing with like my iPhone just to see can it fit in frame. But there was there's like a cool shot I could do from overhead where you see both of my cats. Yeah, it's just like an overhead shot of both of my cats sleeping, because then when they're both curled up, you know, like the problem, I say problem, but like if you look at this shot, obviously because we're trying to keep it a bit eye level for a bit more cinematic look, half of Kimpop's face is invisible, half of Kimpop's face is just basically scrunched up, and then same with Nala. Easy there, Nala, but like technically you only see partially what they're doing. So I figure if I can add a third camera angle, which is a wide angle overhead shot, so if they're both curled up, you basically see both of them curled up from overhead. I was testing it. I'm not the best at describing it, but it looked really nice. And so that is on my list of like, here's how we can continue to upgrade the stream quality and just do crazy shit. Why not? So hopefully something you guys can look forward to as I test around. Oh, and then let me add, do I have it here? YouTube strategy goals for 2026, travel, IRL live stream, bring it to life, bring it to wild life. Low base, you said, I really wanted to try Cloud's Excel agent, but it's only available on the $100. Yeah, I saw the $100 month plan. I'm like, yo, I can't justify that. It's owned by Elon Musk, so do with that information what you will. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I don't know much about this Excel. Like, I'm not a coder, I'm not a developer, I'm not a software engineer or anything like that. So, but I am trying to see how real is the concept of vibe coding. And it does feel like it is possible, but generally speaking, you still need some level of knowledge of like how to code. But yeah, there's a lot of good instructions out there and like things you can do to kind of hack your cloud to work in your favor. So my current step with this like random idea that I've been mulling over in my head recently is I use Cloud to help me come up with the structure. I was using ChatGPT and Gemini to brainstorm the idea, and then I use Cloud to basically doing this interview structure where I was like, hey, here's the idea. I want you to ask me, I think it was like 8 to 12 questions about this product so that you understand it more and so that we're on the same page. So basically Cloud interviewed me on the idea, and then Cloud generated like all of the backend documentation. I couldn't tell you what the namings of these things are, but it provided all these specs basically, which I could technically then provide to a developer or something like that. I'm not sure. And I think the next steps are you're supposed to like download something called Cursor. You're supposed to use your computer's like terminal, and there's like all these other random shit that I don't know what it means if you want to go into the direction of developing it. But I'm actually in a phase of trying to just build out the UX UI, like the prototype, like the wireframes, and just like visualize the concept. And if I can visualize and create like a prototype workflow, then I can either, you know, bring it to life a bit more. So then I'm like, oh, is this worth pursuing further? Should I hire a developer, or do I want to do this myself? And blah, blah, blah. So that's just a bit of a tangent, but I am randomly doing this new task, which I'm like, why? What am I doing? I don't have the time for this, but you know what? It's like, it's very fun. And if the idea pans out, if I can make this app, let's say if no one uses the app, fine, but I'm still proud of myself for doing it. And if the app does well, I think there's a real value prop to what I'm putting together. So, but it's just for fun. Lobe says, I probably won't keep Grok long term, but I'm actually reasonably surprised at how good it is. You have to understand something about the software development process. Claude or Codex will write the code for you, so you don't actually need to know the language itself, at least not immediately, but you need to understand what functions and methods are, how to set up your code base. Yeah, I kind of view it as like you're kind of being a product manager, which funny enough, I did have some experience being like a product manager, not for like any real products though, but managing like a team of designers and developers. Lobe says it's a bit like being a project manager, and the AIs are your employees. The better you understand the project, the better boss you are. I'm the one who told you about Cursor. Okay, yeah, Lobase, you might have mentioned that to me before, but yeah, ChatGPT and Gemini keep throwing that word out everywhere. Like, oh, and then next step, you got to go into Cursor, and then if it's a web app, you should use something called Lovable.ai or something. I don't know. It's like they throw so many words out there. But you know, if you have a cloud subscription, that they have a CLI interface called Cloud Code. I don't know what CLI is, but I did see that there's a difference between Cloud AI and then there's a separate product called Cloud Code. But yeah. And Daytor is saying, hello, guten Abend. Oh, I already forgot how to say Happy New Year in German. I have no idea where voice to text got Cloud from. Oh, I thought you were just making fun of Cloud. I canceled my Cursor subscription months ago because it's no longer necessary. Both OpenAI and Anthropic have CLIs now, so you could use it right with VS Code. Yeah. See, now you're speaking a different language to me, but I get your point. But this is also what's exciting, right? It's like there's so much tech out there that constantly is evolving. Okay, what else can we cross off on what I wanted to cover for today's stream? So I just mentioned this new camera angle, overhead shot. So I need to do a bit more research on this. Because either I set up, like I said, a Nikon Z6 III, I would need to purchase, I need to purchase a 35mm lens. I think that one should work. Because I think the 20mm might be too wide. So let's say if I use a 35mm up top. Then the other thing I need to figure out is how the hell do I attach this to my live stream, because I already got 3 camera Elgato cam links hooked up to my Mac Studio, so I'm probably at its capacity in some ways. I know there's something on the PC side, like an Elgato Link Pro or something, where you can hook up, I think, like 4 plus HDMIs, but it's discontinued, and also I'm on a Mac Studio. What other options? Technically, it doesn't have to be my Nikon camera. Maybe I hook up like my iPhone, and then the iPhone will just be mirrored into OBS, so whenever I need to use it, it just picks it up. So anyways, there's a bit of thought process I still need to do on this concept, but just as an FYI, your boy is looking to keep adding more camera angles. Yeah, because right now, given that they're both kind of just chilling and somewhat hidden, if I had that camera angle to switch to, it would just be fun. It'd be fun, you know? Okay, hold on. What else? Command line interface. Oh, okay, so is this like what you use to actually speak to the code agent thing? Okay, what should I talk about next? Trying to see if I can go cohesively. Okay, let's just go. We'll go down the list. So 1 billion followers summit. So I had been hearing about this thing called the 1 billion followers summit. Mainly because I saw a local content creator who's pretty big. I got to meet him one time before. He was advertising it, and then Mr. Beast is advertising it. I believe they did this last year, if I'm not mistaken. I just, it's not my thing. I'm not like big on networking. I should, but anyways, so the 1 billion followers summit. I did see again that this was some upcoming event, but all the tickets were sold out. You get like the general admission type tickets left, I think. So to me, I don't know. It's like, whatever. It just means I have to go to this place. It's going to be crowded. No one wants to talk to me. Why waste my time? So that was like kind of my thought process. This guy, Khalid Al-Ameri, I got to meet him one time before at like an event. Super nice guy, and like, really inspiring. So this guy I know, Max Amini, he sounds familiar, or he looks familiar. I'm not sure. Maybe we've seen his content. Obviously we got Mr. Beast. Mufti Monk, the Grand Mufti of Zimbabwe. Oh man, I should meet this guy. Maybe I can try to meet this guy, because I could be like, yo, I've been to Zimbabwe. I want to keep going there. I want to promote it. Yasmin Nasir, Omar Farouk, a filmmaker. Jeremy Johnsey, Beautiful Destinations. I know of that thing. But yeah, most of these people I don't know. I'm not good about keeping up to date on people, but I do need to do some research very shortly. Let me just check out these people first. The reason I'm bringing this up is I will be attending the event because one of the companies or brands that are based in Dubai, I've worked with them in the past. I've purchased a lot of my gear from them, and anyways, they reached out asking if I would be interested in being like the podcast host for a booth that they are setting up for this event. So they'll have a few English-speaking content creators and then some Arabic ones, but I can't do the Arabic side. But for the English speakers, I would basically do interviews. So I'd be interviewing them in a little podcast booth that they're setting up. So anyways, I said yes. It's a paid opportunity, but it's also a brand that I really like them, and I'm hoping I can keep working with them. So David Dobrik, I've heard this guy before. I don't actually know anything about him, but I guess he's at this thing. Andrew Perlman, that name sounds familiar. Crunch Labs. This takes me back to my corporate days. Preston Arsment, CEO. Oh, okay. Wow, they're a bit misleading here. I thought they were saying he's the CEO of YouTube. CEO posts and Business Insider Africa. Oh, maybe I can try to chat with this lady. Puberty Group. Yeah, basically I'm just perusing some of these speakers to see if there's any names that I recognize, and then anyone I should try my best to see if I can meet them while I'm there. God, I hate networking so much with a passion, but it's necessary. Who are these people? Jennifer Kemp, Jackie Pylon, Julie Walsh Smith, Rio Ferdinand, a former professional footballer. Oh, Uncle Roger. I don't know anything about this guy besides I know he has some viral videos critiquing people making Asian food or something. So Uncle Roger's there. That's hilarious. Prince Nick oh, Jubilee. Nick Crooks, head of strategy and partnerships at Jubilee. Oh my god. I almost feel like I need to start printing out some freaking business cards. Don't recognize anyone. Man, it's a bit, I wish they wouldn't say content creator. I wish they would actually spell that out a bit more. Like, because that could mean so many things. Like, are they a live streamer? Are they yeah, Instagrammer, TikToker? Arun, this guy looks familiar. Okay, yeah, I don't know any of these people. Travel YouTuber, that could be me, guys. In the future, when I hit 12 million followers, they'll label me as the travel YouTuber. Gen AI works. Jesus, they're like, they have so many people here. Okay, I'm assuming the further I go, the likelihood of me knowing any of these people are like getting slimmer and slimmer. Oh, this guy, yo, Unmesh Dinda. I used to watch this guy's videos back in the day because he would make really good Photoshop tutorials. But the thing that always stuck out to me was his eyebrows. Like, because if I'm not mistaken, I think he was like proudly, he just rocking the unibrow, but just like a very charismatic guy and just like, you know, very, very thoughtful tutorials on Photoshop. And I feel like he was one of the first to really do a good job of it. Wow, okay, so he's still kicking around making shit. Fed says emotional damage. Oh, is he the one? Is that where it comes from? Emotional damage. Uncle Roger, emotional damage? No shot. I didn't know that's where it came from. Original video? Is it from this video? Emotional damage original video. Yo, this quality is ass. Does it come from this one? Wait, is this the same guy? Is this the Uncle Rogers?
Oh, that's a new level. They just released it. So many people in Asia complained it was too easy, so they made this.
What? Grok has actually helped with my 3D art because it will actually generate nude figures for reference purposes. That is super useful when doing 3D modeling. All right, what you do in your bedroom is between you and your AI god. Yo, how old is this video?
A leaf.
4 years.
I think you press L2. I have to block the sun. Finally, some action.
Steven, when you get so fat.
Emotional damage!
You want some therapy?
You probably could just hold down the block button.
When you get so fat, you still trying to be an actor.
I've never seen this original video. Yo, what's up, Obi-Wan?
Hey.
Man, I have no excuses. This guy filmed this
Steven, get the
with his
cheat code.
iPhone.
You don't want to beat it properly?
I will send you to Jesus.
Okay, here's one. L2 circle circle triangle.
Okay, L triangle, square square circle.
Whoa, is that a cheat code? Looks like you, my friend, are on the wrong difficulty level. See, we made this game mode for the 5-year-olds in Asia who kept beating our f***ing game in 5 minutes! How are they so good? We kept raising the difficulty, but it's just not enough for them! I can't even play that well and I made the f***ing game! So let's take you back to where you should be. Easy mode.
That was a good transition. Okay, interesting. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't get half of this video, but I understand now. Emotional damage came from this guy. Okay, good to know, good to know. Obi-Wan, Happy New Year. Obi-Wan says, Lobe says, I was talking about art reference. Sure you were. Obi-Wan, hello there, welcome back. I hope your holidays were good and Happy New Year. Thank you very much. Very, very relaxing holiday. Not really a holiday. Every day is like the same for me. But my mom's in town, so she was visiting me for the first time since I moved to Dubai, and she's still here. She's just hanging out in my bedroom, and then tomorrow will be her last day, and I'll be dropping her off at the airport. And then the moment I drop her off, I'm basically someone else will be staying with me for the next, I think, like month and a half. So it's been a wild past, I don't know, like whatever, 2 months. Because prior to my mom, literally, I had my tattoo artist, or one of my artists, Nick, who crashed with me for I think like 2 weeks, and then he finished my hand tattoo. And then as he left, basically my mom came in, and so I haven't been alone, I guess, in quite some time, and I won't be alone for another month and a half, I think, is how long the new person's staying. So yeah, anyways, you guys might meet that person on I'll have to figure out once they're here and what's their comfort level, and I'll be like, because I think they know that I'm streaming now. So anyways, Obi-Wan, thank you for being here. Thanks for not forgetting about me in my time away. But yeah, hopefully you had a wonderful new year as well. Hopefully it's very productive. Hopefully you got a lot of good Christmas presents or whatever you do to celebrate. And looking forward to whatever you do this year, 2026. It's such an awkward year. Who cares about 2026, right? But I guess it's the start of the second quarter of this millennia. Please don't make those kinds of inferences. I don't appreciate. Headed out, says Low Bass. See ya. Thank you very much. Oh, I feel like I'm speaking too closely to the mic. Thank you very much, Low Bass. No inferences going forward. Anyways, thanks for being here on my first stream back, and I'll see you. Hopefully I should be streaming tomorrow, and I should be back to a consistent schedule for the most part. So thank you very much. What was I going over? I'm going over this thing called 1 Billion Followers Summit. So this is an upcoming event. It's a 3-day event. And so I was mentioning that a company has asked if I would be the podcast host for this event. So this is on January 9th, 10th, and 11th. So during those days, I will be gone. I don't know yet. They're going to confirm with me what the timings of the interviews are. But basically, I'll be doing my first ever interview to these guests. So my goodness, I have to do a bunch of prep just personally. Like, I just want to make sure I don't look like a buffoon. And the podcast, I don't know if it's going to be live streamed. It's just like it's a small brand. It's not like some crazy numbers or anything. But when the stream goes on or the podcast starts, I got to be like, hello guys, welcome to day 1 of the 1 billion follower summit. I'm your host, Yobel, blah, blah, blah. And here we're at this stage, blah, blah, whatever the hell. I just got to prep and make sure I have the opening lines and the closing lines. And then I have a number of questions that have already been like approved, which I'll use to kind of guide the conversation. So yeah, it'll be fun, but it's a fun opportunity. Yo, what is up, Kevin? Edora Park says, young Yobster. Yo, I'm getting older every day. We're in a new year, okay? But thank you very much. Kevin, hopefully you had a wonderful rest of 2025 since I last spoke with you. Hopefully you enjoy the holidays, and Happy New Year. Hopefully you're enjoying the start of the new year. So yeah, this is my first stream back since mid-December, I think. So shaking off the rust, doing a bit of catch up here. So I created a little Notion notes to go over a bunch of topics to catch everyone up to speed. Obi-Wan says, sweet man, I'm glad everything is going well. Hopefully this new year brings even more good memories and adventures. Hells yeah. Every year, I genuinely mean this. Every year has been better than the previous year. And each year has been the best year in retrospect at the time. Like, what I'm saying is, like, every year as it ended, I'd be like, wow, this is the best year in terms of satisfaction, like, development, growth, all of that kind of stuff, right? Feeling rewarded, maturity level, that kind of stuff. And nothing's changed. Every past year just keeps feeling like there's new strides, there are new milestones that I'm achieving. And so I'm very excited for this year. This year is going to be the year that we bring live stream out into the wild, right? So I'm making this real, the travel wildlife kind of concept. So, but yeah, last year, I guess if I could recap, I guess, you know what? I'll add that here. Let's recap 2025. Recapped. Kevin says, likewise, my man. Well, thank you. Okay, let's just recap briefly. 2025. What were the highlights, or what were the key things that happened in 2025? Organized a few group tours. I took some people to Vietnam. I took some people to Hokkaido. Another big milestone for me was completed my first travel photography workshop. This was in Tanzania, training the safari guides. So that was a really cool experience. Basically, I got to go to Tanzania in collaboration with Nikon and this safari brand called Asilia Africa. And basically, I went as the instructor, and I taught their top dozen or so safari guides on how to do photography, like the basics of photography, understanding the whole exposure triangle, that kind of basic level stuff. But then also, we would go out on wildlife safaris, and I would be instructing them. They were in 2 Jeeps. I was in one, and another person. But basically, I would be giving live instructions on, like, okay, let's actually... Everyone was equipped with a Nikon camera. So this is, again, partnered with Nikon. So they were getting to shoot with, like, expensive, amazing quality gear, which is, like, super awesome. I think it was a great idea, giving the opportunity to these people to shoot with gear that a lot of clients that they travel around with get to shoot with. And so the point was, like, to teach them photography, because it's a good skill to have. But then 2, teaching them about what their client might be looking for. So how they can be a better safari guide, like if they're the driver or if they're in the backseat or whatever, of understanding, like, okay, you need to look for this type of angle. So for the lions or the animals, you usually want to be eye level. all right, so then now that you've done this practice, you'll know better about how to position the car so that your client will be happy and they won't think you're an idiot for not knowing what to look for. So things like that, right? It was a really cool opportunity, but that was awesome, and it helped me build up some good relationships with some really top-notch brands, which hopefully I can continue into this new year. Manas is in the chat. Manas says, yo, what's going on? Happy New Year. This is my first stream back for the new year. So just doing a bit of catching up to speed on things that have been happening in the past, I guess, 3 weeks or so. But hopefully you had a wonderful end to your last year and you're enjoying the start of the new year. Manas. So right now I'm just recapping a few of those kind of milestones of 2025. 2025 milestones. So I organized a few group tours. So Vietnam, I took, I think, about a dozen people to Vietnam for like a photo tour. And then Hokkaido, I took 3 guests with me on a winter wildlife experience. You guys have seen a lot of the photos that I took from that since we did a lot of photo editing from this particular trip. Like I said, I did a travel workshop in Tanzania, teaching photography. What was another milestone? January, Feb. Maybe I need to look at my... sometimes I use Lightroom as my diary to kind of recap what happened in the year. Oh yeah, we had... I took a couple, honeymoon couple, but that kind of counts for the year prior, so I won't really count it. So the Vietnam trip, Colombia wildlife scouting trip. So I do want to take people back with me to Colombia, although things are a little crazy in the US. So I'm not actually sure if I want to go to South America right now. Kevin says camera roll too. Yeah, fair enough. I could use my phone for that. Manas is asking, did your hair grow? Yes, it doesn't shrink, hopefully. But no, I usually don't get my hair cut too much these days because I'm too lazy. But yeah, the hair has gone a bit crazy over here. Here, you can see it. Hair's gone a little wild. So what I was thinking is like, I'll keep growing it out to however long I get sick of it. But I'm thinking maybe I'll just keep growing it until we reach, what did I say? The goal was something like, if I become a Twitch partner, if we get to that day that I qualify to become a Twitch partner, then I will let someone shave my head off. Shave my head off? Shave my hair off. Cut off all my hair on stream. So. Okay, where were we? So Colombia wildlife, yeah, that was a great milestone as well. I enjoyed Colombia. What else happened in 2025? Oh yeah, here's the trip that I was talking about. So this was the Tanzania trip. Really cool, because like I said, the trip was really designed to hand over all these cameras to them, to the safari guides, and teach them how to take photos. So all of these photos you're seeing were not captured by me. I edited these photos, but all of these are photos taken by the guides themselves. So it was really cool, and it was really rewarding for me as well to like see them improve their skills each day. And the quality of what they shot were all like just, you know, top-notch stuff. So yeah, basically I would instruct them, and then it wasn't meant for like teaching them how to edit the photo, so that was what I did. But at the very least, showing them about different angles, like here's how you want to position the shot, what to keep in mind in terms of composition. So it's a very practical learnings, like anticipating shots as well. It's like, hey, if you see the lion, think about the angle. If you've got a photographer in the back seat, imagine where you want to position the car with the assumption, with your knowledge as a guide, on which direction the lion might jump down. Well, now you know, here's a shot if you shoot it from the side, here's a shot if you shoot it from the front, you know, like different angles, stuff like that. So Mana says, cut my head off. Yeah, I gotta work on my words. Okay. And then like portraits and stuff like that. So imagine if your clients ask you, you know, if you're the guide and the client's like, hey, can you take a photo of me and my husband or my wife, blah, blah, blah. Well, hopefully you've got some practice now to know what to do when it comes to getting the right shot. So yeah, basically it was really fun. They had a lot of fun as well, and they got to capture some really cool shots out of it. So yeah, anyways, these are a bunch of the shots from that. I still have to go over all of this. I'm still over a year behind in travels. So guys, I need to be faster at editing my videos, creating the travel vlogs. We're still on Mongolia trip, part 2. And then I've got like a year plus of travels to go through, which is good. I'm excited, but yeah, we got to work faster. So, okay. Anyways, that was April. What else happened? Whoops. Shrinking. Mana says, wait, my PPs are gone? Oh no. Oh, did it like reset for the year? Or like the Streamlabs? Let's see. Manas. Or you know what? Did you have a different account, or like were you on YouTube maybe or something? I'm not sure. Do these animals not attack because these are dangerous animals? Well, this is the beauty of going with professionals, right? So going with these guides, a good guide is someone who will respect nature, understands kind of like the unspoken rules as well as spoken rules of like common etiquette, for your safety, but also to not. There's like a fine line of doing these kinds of wildlife safaris. In many ways, we are intrusive, right? So if I'm on this Jeep observing the lions or whatever, we are intruding in their territory. However, there's always an understanding of like a push and a pull, or there's like pros and cons to it. Because obviously, it is a way to educate people. Like it's a tourism, it's a form of tourism, but there's a proper way to do it. But part of it is like educating people on the beauty of nature, the country, the cultural, blah blah blah. Keeping a safe distance. So while you are intrusive, you're not like invasive, or I don't know, like more extreme. So yeah. So that's the job of these guides, to make sure that you're always keeping a safe distance. They're like, these guys are experienced enough that they can recognize, because it's happened to me before where, I was photographing a lion and I had like half my body protruding out of the Jeep, because the way they designed the Jeep, the sides of the Jeep would fall down. So basically it flattens out, so you can kind of extend your body like, army crawling style to take a low angle shot. And I was taking a shot of a lion, and then all of a sudden my guide was like, okay, we need to start driving, because he recognized from the way that the lion's eyes, like the iris, like just the change in how it was looking at me, that the lion was getting ready to pounce, basically. So right before that happens, they drove further away to kind of ease off from bothering the lion. So they read a lot of like the body language and stuff like that as well. But yeah, you'll hear every once in a while there's some unfortunate accident, like an elephant charges a Jeep and then flips it over because they weren't fast enough to reverse or get out of the way. There's been some incidents recently where like, unfortunately, where tourism goes wrong, where like, because it's a money grab, right? And you want your clients to get the best shots. And there's one viral clip in Kenya where there's so many tourists there, and all the guides basically just let the people get out of the Jeep to photograph at a riverbank. Actually, I'm sure I could find the clip. Let's see. Masai Mara tourist block river wildebeest, I think. Oh, okay, maybe it's this one. Shocking video shows tourist block wildebeest. Where's the volume?
Hey everyone, I'm very shaken up. So all of these cars over here have blocked the crossing points. Wildebeest were jumping off of cliffs. Tanzania parks, where are you? Tanapa Ranges, where are you? Serengeti Ranges, where are you? Look at the fucking state.
Oh my god. So this is not even the video I saw, because this one's saying Tanzania. The video I saw was in Kenya, I'm pretty sure. But like you can see how many freaking Jeeps are here. So this is unfortunately the state of things like for some of these national parks where it gets so crowded in the high season, and it kind of detracts from the enjoyment of the experience, and it's also dangerous to overcrowd these territories, right? So this guy's pretty pissed for a good reason, because what he's explaining right now is like this is like one of the areas that the wildebeest, there's like a season where the wildebeest does a great migration, right? So like thousands of wildebeest are crossing these rivers, and it's a big deal. People line up because they're anticipating the why can't I think of it? It's a crocodile? I always get crocodile and alligator mixed up. I'm going to go with crocodile. The crocodiles in the river, you know that they're waiting. It's like this big feast. And it's a question of like which wildebeest is going to be the one that gets captured in the river as they're crossing. And they're like the sacrificial wildebeest. So, but yeah, I think what they're talking about here is like all these people should not be out of the Jeep, because you're not supposed to do that, right? You only get out of the Jeep if you've scoured the area, not in these bushy areas, but like in a flat land where you know that there's nothing hiding in the bushes, blah, blah, blah. And you might get a picnic there, that kind of stuff. Or you get out because you have to take a piss, but you still follow the same rules. This is like, yo. And then the big issue is that they're blocking the actual path of the wildebeest. So imagine a wildebeest is panicking because they know this is the sprint of death, right? You don't know what your odds are of surviving because you can see and you know that the crocs are there. You know there's predators about to kill you. Everyone eventually, the herd crashes through the river to get to the other side. And imagine now there's a wall of people that you're also frightened by. And so the moment you get to the other side, you see these people, you freak out as a wildebeest and jump back into the river and then get eaten by a croc or cause like chaos, and the wildebeest end up not crossing when they should to continue on their way.
Guys, this is...
Oh yeah, here we
I
go.
can't keep the phone still, but these wildebeest have been so badly disturbed by these flipping people at the backyard. I've never seen behavior like
Jesus.
this in my entire life. This is insane. I've never in my life seen anything like that. They stopped the crossing several times, and a couple of wildebeest were injured from jumping off the cliffs.
Yeah, so this is not even the one I saw. Manas saying, you also watch Steven? No, I've never watched that guy. I just knew, I've heard of Uncle Roger, because apparently he's going to be at this event, the 1 billion, where was his name? What's his name? Stephen Huh? Stephen, oh wait, no, it's someone else. Nigel, okay, Uncle Roger's someone else. Well, I don't know my Asians apparently. So I don't even know who Stephen Huh is then, but apparently he's the emotional damage guy. He's so funny. So this is a kind of dangerous hobby. It'd be a hobby. It's not supposed to be dangerous because you're in a protected vehicle, and if you follow all the rules, it's like you shouldn't really. There's like obviously freak accidents of various types. You are in the wild, but generally speaking, the risk. It's like going skydiving or something. I don't know. Like, there shouldn't be too much risk to you unless you're an idiot. Did you see that guy who went out of his car and went over to the wolves recently? I think it was in Yellowstone. He kept walking towards the flock really close and used pepper spray. He got fined. I haven't seen that, but that does sound, well, just the way you described it, that it sounds very infuriating. Okay, let's see. Which video did I see?
Blocked wildebeest migration.
I think I saw this video.
Back into crocodile-infested waters.
Oh, they said crocodile. I was right. Okay, anyways.
The famous Great Migration in Kenya turned into a chaotic scene with tourists jumping out of safari vehicles and standing right by the riverbank.
See, this is like, what the hell?
Leaving almost no space for the animals. Some even blocked the animals' path and forced the wildebeest back into the crocodile-filled waters. Reportedly, a ranger was fully aware and even demanded $20 to allow filming. The Great Migration is the largest mammal migration in the world, with up to 2 million wildebeest traveling nearly 500 miles from Tanzania to Kenya's Masai Mara. Their journey is already full of dangers such as lions and crocodiles, and conservationists warn that human interference puts both wildlife and humans in danger and disrupts the natural balance of this extraordinary event. Tourists blocked wildebeest
Yeah.
migration.
So basically, I saw this video without the extra input there. Mana says this must be annoying. Yeah, for sure. I mean, listen, it's like there's like the human instinct where if you're one of these tourists, obviously you spend a lot of money, you want to have the coolest, you know, you want your money's worth, is like kind of the mentality of the tourists. In some ways, I don't even blame the individual tourists for wanting that experience. I put more of the blame on the guides, the ranger, especially if he did try to do bribes and stuff, but like definitely the guides should know better, right? Because they're the ones who are actually educated on what is allowed and what isn't. And the tourists, it's always about towing the line of what is acceptable, and then you want to know from a position of authority, a person of authority, to tell you what you shouldn't do. So at an individual tourist level, I don't like put so much blame on them. Would I have done what they did? No, I think, but that's also because I have a bit more experience in the space. Who knows if this is my first time on an African tour, if I wouldn't have done the same thing just because I didn't know any better. But those guides, like, what the hell, man? You should know. You should know much better. Like, all of those guides shouldn't technically have a job. In my world, there would be some level of reprimand, because yeah, this is like you're doing the thing you're not supposed to, and there's like a huge responsibility. It's a huge privilege to be able to be this close to the wildlife ecosystem, and to play such a direct role that could cause like huge ripple effects. Like, imagine you block thousands of wildebeest from crossing one of these like riverbanks. That could disrupt like so much in terms of like the circle of life, if you will. So, Fed says he had no reason to do it. Must be nuts. Yeah, some people, man, are crazy. He just went out of the car and went over to the wolves. When the alpha wolf started attacking, he screamed and walks towards the wolf. He was really close. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know how to feel about that. It's like people who antagonize intentionally, knowing you have some kind of backup. So, like, obviously, you're saying this guy had some pepper spray, which I don't know if that's enough to keep you safe, but yeah. Forrest Gallant, or I've heard that name before. Forrest Gallant featured it on one of his latest videos on YouTube talking about it. Forrest Gallant. I've heard the name. But yeah. India is also known for some of these like bad practices in some of their parks, because it's so crowded. Like the Indian national parks, depending on the season, actually, I don't even in the off season, I think you're always competing with a crazy number of tourists. Let's see, Indian National Park, Wildlife National Park, tourists, crowded. They have like these big ass buses. Yeah, okay, well, this looks like AI. Jesus. I can't tell what is AI these days. I'm leaning towards this is AI, but honestly, I have no idea. Because like to see 3 tigers like this, I mean, they could all be siblings, so it is possible. Also, these tigers look way too... Either this mini bus is actually mini, or the tiger... Yeah, I don't know. You know what? This is why I hate AI. Sometimes, like, can't tell what's real or not. So yes, Manas, to your point, wildlife safaris can be dangerous, but I think, honestly, I'm curious. Actually, what is the statistics on it? I don't think it's like... It's not the most dangerous thing you can do type thing, you know what I mean? Let's ask. Amber, I'm curious, because sometimes doing wildlife safaris has a bit of a reputation of being dangerous to the tourist, let's say. So if we just focus on jeep safaris, what are the statistics behind how dangerous is it? Is it actually dangerous, or is it are you more likely to die from a jeep safari in Africa or India or somewhere else versus skydiving or some other activity? Amber?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Ugh, okay, I'm going to ask that question again. Let's refresh ChatGPT. Okay, in the meantime, Mana says hi from YouTube. Hells yeah, thank you very much for watching there as well. I appreciate the support. The pepper spray had no effect. Oh shoot, wait, it's capturing my conversation. Okay, ChatGPT went a little nuts here. Let's read it out. If you're asking, is a Jeep Safari actually dangerous, or is it just humans romanticizing risk because they're bored? The boring answer is a well-run Jeep Safari is usually very safe, and the biggest risk is the same dumb risk you face everywhere on Earth. Vehicles, crashes or rollovers. Not lions doing a surprise TED Talk on your femur. Yeah, by the way, Manas, one of the statistics I'd heard recently or before is that I don't think there's a single recorded instance of a cheetah attacking any humans, like in the wild. I don't think there's a single recorded instance of a cheetah killing a human. I think killer whale is another one of those. What we can measure cleanly: skydiving. Skydiving has usually good stats because the sport tracks itself obsessively. In the US in 2024, there were 9 fatalities out of 3.88 million jumps, which is an index rate of 0.23 deaths per 100,000 jumps, about 1 death per 431,000 jumps. So skydiving is low risk for what it is, but it's still a voluntary gravity experiment. What we can't measure cleanly, Jeep Safari danger rate. There is no single global standardized dataset for tourist deaths on Safari, and that's the main reason you'll hear lots of vibes and very few numbers. What is supported by sources, tourist deaths from wild mammal attacks are uncommon. Recent reporting highlights that fatal incidents do happen, especially with elephants and hippos, and often in walking safaris. That makes a bit more sense. Some travel industry writing claims only a couple reported tourist deaths per year, despite millions of safari travelers, but that's not an official registry. So which is more dangerous? Because safaris doesn't have a clean denominator, the honest comparison is skydiving is quantified risk per jump, roughly 1 in 430,000. Jeep Safari, likely extremely low risk, blah, 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 blah. Okay, you get the point. It's not that dangerous. Mana says, yeah, as much as I want to talk good about my country, India is very chaotic. I think chaos is an X factor, which makes things very, very exciting. You need a bit of chaos to enjoy your life. But yeah, there's good and bad to everything for sure. I think one of the best things about India is the wildlife. It's the nature and the wildlife. It is to have one country that has so much diversity in terms of like the biodiversity and stuff. It's so amazing, but it's also so overwhelming because India is so large. Planning a trip there, it takes a bit of time. So Fed says the wolves started surrounding him. Wait, do I need to just watch this video? Fed says the wolves started surrounding him slowly. His screaming and charging made the alpha wolf stop attacking. Then the other wolves started walking around to the sides. He was lucky he wasn't killed. Amber must have been busy shopping at Amazon. I remember reading about people being killed on old school elephant safaris, riding elephants back in the day by tigers, but that was a long time ago. Yeah, I've seen a few videos, very gruesome, but like elephants, man, you got to be careful, right? I did a walking safari with a honeymoon couple end of 2024. And on the walking safaris, now that's an area where you got to be more careful, right? Because you're literally not protected by the Jeep. You're lower to the ground, right? So you seem more like a potential prey to an animal. And it's harder to outrun if you're on foot. So usually when I did it, our guide, he's like a licensed guide with like a rifle and everything. So we would have to just like listen to every instruction he gives of like, stay close, don't do this. If an elephant charges, here's what you got to do, blah, blah, blah. Well, we actually did have an elephant charge at us, and we had to like scramble behind him, and he literally got his rifle ready to go. And then the elephant stopped just before doing a real charge. And he said he has had to put down elephants before in the past, not like from a walking safari, but just like in different scenarios. So Mana says, yes bro, watch the video, I just want to see it. Yeah, let's check this out. So Fed was telling me about crazy guy wolves pepper spray. How am I going to find this? Wolves pepper spray. Okay, let's ask Google first. What is... Oh, okay. Look up Forest Gallant. I've seen that name before. Forest Gallant. Wolves. Forest Gallant.
As a wildlife biologist who is...
I nearly died. Is this real? Do you know the title of this, Fed? I guess I should have looked it up in the previous search. Okay, let's back up. Tracking a huge canine. 3 closest calls I've had with death. America's deadliest predators up close. Man, this guy pulls numbers on his videos. Damn, we got to get to this guy's level. It's one of the newest podcast ones, but I'm sure there must be a clip too. All right, well, we're going down this rabbit hole. Might as well go all the way. Podcast. Let's see. Does he? Let's see if Google AI can help me with this. Do you know which video and timestamp when Forrest Gallant talks about some crazy guy who approached a pack of wolves with pepper spray? I cannot find the specific video. The story is likely from a podcast appearance on an interview or an interview not covered in the initial, such as his own The Wild Times podcast. The Wild Times podcast. Oh, man approaches wild wolves.
Have you guys seen the video floating around?
It worked. Google. That is hilarious that I had to use Google to get me to a YouTube video instead of using YouTube's freaking search. Man approaches... Okay, I think this might be it. Man approaches wild wolves in Yellowstone National Park. All right, 5 minutes. Let's check this out.
Around of the guy who just marched out at the wolves in Yellowstone. Have you guys seen the video floating around of the guy who just marched out at the wolves in Yellowstone?
Yes.
This is insane, crazy, unbelievable.
Yeah, I sent this to you guys, and I was like, thoughts? And
you sent this? I remember watching it and being dumbfounded.
Well, turn the audio on too, because people are screaming at this person.
Yeah, so this guy's in Yellowstone, and he sees a pack of wolves, which is pretty hard to do in Yellowstone for the most part. So he's very lucky in the first place.
Yeah, yeah.
And then just decides to march out towards the wolves for no known reason whatsoever. And the videos, it's a shocking video.
Well, and the controversy here is like a lot of people think that he's doing this intentionally because he does have what appears to be bear
You said turn it up a bit for sure. Oh, show.
spray with him. So he's antagonizing them.
He did sort of know what he was doing, by the way.
It doesn't look like he's scared. It looks like he was trying to fuck with them.
So that wolf right there is coming at him defensively as the aggressor.
Yeah.
And
now he starts charging towards.
Which is the right thing to do. I mean, none of this is the right thing to do, to be clear. Pause it for a second, though, Kyle.
Hold on.
Sorry,
I need
don't mean
to
overtalk you, Patrick. But
No, yeah.
like that.
Okay, I wasn't fully paying attention. Let me see.
Bear spray with him. So he's antagonizing them.
He did sort of know
like
what he was doing, by the way.
Is this guy on drugs? That would be my first assumption. You know, it's like you're out in nature. Some people like to take different hallucinogenics or something. You know, this guy
doesn't
might
look
be.
like he's scared. It looks like he was trying to fuck with them.
So that wolf right there is coming
Oh
at him
my God.
defensively as the aggressor.
Yeah.
And
now he starts charging towards.
which is the right thing.
Wait, what did he? He said this wolf was charging at him defensively as the aggressor. I didn't understand that. I'm assuming he's saying the dude is the aggressor and the wolf was approaching in a defensive way or something.
To
Okay.
do. I mean, none of this is the right thing to do, to be clear. Pause it for a second,
Jesus.
though, Kyle. Sorry, I don't mean to overtalk you, Patrick, but
No, yeah.
like that lead wolf, that sentinel wolf, starts to charge at him like this is prey.
Yeah.
You know, and then the guy, again, I'm not promoting this or condoning this, but he did the right thing. He doesn't turn and run or show it his back or even stand in place. He starts to be an aggressor towards the wolf, which I always say, if you act like prey, it's going to treat you like prey. That's not what prey does, right? And then the wolf is all of a sudden like, oh shit, what's going on here?
Yeah.
So press play, Kyle. And now, you know, he's walking towards the wolf with his bear spray or whatever behind his back and yelling at the wolf. I mean, this is so insane what this guy's doing.
But I mean, so realistically, I mean, it could be that these wolves kind of snuck up on him and he is doing what he has to do to get out of the situation.
Jet black.
I mean, I would probably hard disagree. Although I guess with this shot, the framing of it, there's so much that's getting cropped out. But I mean, this camera that captured this looks like it's from quite a distance. Where the hell is this guy walking around? Like, yeah, I'm not sure how I can imagine a scenario where this dude was doing the right thing and was in the right place, like near a campfire. I don't know. I don't know anything about Yellowstone in that sense, but like, chances are this dude is out of his mind, not doing anything that he's supposed to be doing. Because like, it doesn't seem like there's a road anywhere near where this guy's walking. So there should be no reason that you're this deep into nature, especially areas where wolves are. Like, yeah, like the guy said it. Chance of seeing a wolf is like so hard in nature because you're not going to see it normally like at the side of the road or something.
Black wolves.
No. In what scenario did these wolves... He's definitely walked out of his car to here.
Okay, so you think he saw the wolves and went to go encounter them?
100%. Like, look how far away is. You can tell by like the shake of this camera that like this, whatever camera they're using, it's like it's tele zoomed in heavily. Jesus. Mana says, oh no, Fed says he must be on coke. Something stronger, I think. He got the survival instincts of a broken walnut. A broken walnut. I don't know, Manas, because in some ways, what this guy Forrest is saying, who sounds like an expert, the dude was doing the right thing. He was both doing the wrong things and the right things at the same time. So, a tasty broken walnut. Fed says the other guys on Gallant's podcast often say crazy stuff like that. It's always good opportunity for Forrest to correct them. I would love to do my own podcast with like some crazy people with me, just to balance things out.
Because everybody else, if you have the audio on, everybody is screaming like, get away, what are you doing? So there's dozens and dozens of people on the road watching this take place.
Oh, you know what? I should have known this guy was crazy from the very beginning. Because this dude has his shirt or jacket or something around his shoulder. Everyone who does that, crazy person. You should know right off the bat. Or super rich and crazy.
And now
Do a little ravine now.
And so you think he saw the wolves and went to go
Yes.
encounter
sure,
them?
because
Gotcha.
everybody else, if you have the audio on, everybody is screaming like, "Get away! What are you doing?"
Can you imagine if you did the bear spray in the wrong direction? That's a one ticket
so there's
to.
dozens and dozens of people on the road watching this take place.
Man.
And then he gives the bear spray a little toot,
Yeah.
and it kind of doesn't get it close to the wolves. And then they keep pursuing. He goes down into a little ravine now.
And they're all pursuing. Now there's like 5 or 6 wolves within 20 feet of him.
Yeah, I mean, you have to try hard to get a fucking wolf to attack you.
You really do.
And he's doing his very best here.
If he had turned and run though, out
Yeah.
of fear,
He would have been fucked.
he would have been dead in moments.
Man, why would he go over there? What is
I
this
don't
guy
know.
thinking?
I mean, it's just like
He
People-
made it. He did make it away unscathed. He was apprehended by park rangers and cited.
Wow, man, he's lucky.
Cited.
So yeah, I think the fact that he was given a citation means it's pretty clear. Like there was plenty of witnesses that said he went out, he
Yeah.
pursued the wolves.
what I mean. It says park rangers later located cited the man. They identified the identity of the individual has not been publicly released. It remains unclear what he was spraying. But why? There's nothing in this article explains why this happened.
Yeah, there's no motivation. They didn't even release his identity, which is strange because usually they name and shame these people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
Wow,
What a weird thing.
such a fucked up incident. Not even a story, just
Why-
a weird thing.
Do either of you have any curiosity as to why Kyle?
Yeah, we should watch some Forrest Gallant out in the wild clips sometime on the stream. He does cool excursions all the time. Yeah, hells yeah. I always need more content to go over, so hells yeah. Especially if it's in my realm-esque of things that I'm interested
I was
in.
watching HGTV in the background.
he's
was
on
a-
no sleep. Give him a break.
I think it was true. Yeah, that's crazy.
Dude, I mean, and then unscathed, and those wolves are pissed because they're still hungry. They thought we are getting a meal there.
But it shows how,
It didn't,
how
though.
like hard. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, they don't associate humans with food.
No.
I think they were just like, what in the fuck is going on?
And
Yeah,
why
they were
why
just as
is this thing
confused.
kind of running around us? Like,
Yeah.
what is happening here? It shows how hard it is to actually get attacked by wolves.
Very
I mean, what's the
interesting.
statistic, Kyle? Look it up.
I kind of want to do I want to like break down just out of my own personal interest. I would love, and also as I'm trying to learn more about, cinematography and stuff like that, trying to figure out like this podcast studio setup, what works and what doesn't, or like if there's any quick notes that I can take. Eventually when I have my own studio, I want to obviously have the best studio, right? And so I'm trying to think like, what do I like about this setup and what would be things I would change? I think the thing I don't necessarily like is this green color throughout the background. I'm not sure what it is, but this color doesn't like evoke or I'm not sure. I'm not a fan of the coloring. I do like this skull because I'm assuming this guy is a wildlife dude, so it kind of fits. But I think part of me also I kind of feel like I don't want symmetry in a podcast podcast composition. So especially if you have a guest in the middle and then you have this skull right over him in the center alignment, it can kind of look strange in the sense of it feels like it's looming over the person in the middle. It can be some weird symbolic kind of looking thing. And then once you have something like symmetrical, then if anything is off symmetry or asymmetric, I feel like it just starts to drive people crazy maybe. I'm sure it's meant to evoke nature. Yeah, that's what I guess with the green like trees and stuff. But then even then, because like this plant is blending in too much with the green and the plant, there's not enough depth in this shot because the plant is so close to the wall that you can see the shadows bouncing off the tree or the plants onto the wall. So I feel like it feels crowded. Like it does feel like this is a tiny ass room, which may be the vibe that they're going for. And like, it's like, hey, this is a cozy 3 dudes, like 3 best friends, and we're all just kind of, in a cozy tiny space together. Kevin says, I don't like how they all have their legs crossed. I was thinking about that. Yeah, right. See, I feel like I need to take notes. I need to do a whole series on this, guys, in the name of like learning from this and taking notes. Because I don't know jack all about this, right? So this is just off the cuff. Like, what is it like visually? What strikes to me and what doesn't, without knowing the technicals. But yeah, the leg crossing thing, I'm curious. Because if they don't cross their legs, would that be any better? Or like, would that also just still be something where it's like, hey, I just don't like how they look. I have no idea. But also, yeah, the question would be, why don't you like them crossing their legs? Is it because it kind of conveys some level of unprofessionalism, or like I have no idea. The wall should be, Mana says, I would definitely keep the giant pink fish on the top left. Yeah, what is this? This is like from some TV show, right? Or I've seen this somewhere. The wall should be a similar color to the chairs. Oh, is that like a thing? I don't know if is that like some kind of rule? My assumption is there should be like a primary and a secondary color. That would just kind of be the assumption, is like there should be a duotone concept maybe, or things should, yeah, I don't know. Or maybe it's like whatever is the complementary color. Paintings are jammed in the corner. The wall should be a similar color to chairs, or a safari yellow. Maybe like the table. Yeah, if this guy's known for nature stuff, I feel like there should be more wood. Yeah, so it should be brown and green. I guess that does make sense. So like either make it feel like a jungle or more like a savanna. I don't know what this guy, what he's known for the most. Higher chair, says Kevin. Higher table. Yeah, this table is super low for, like, the table doesn't feel functional. It just feels product placement, really. And then the two small tables in between also, I mean, it works. It does the job. But it's a little confusing to me. Like, now the autistic side of me is going like, yo, what is the guy in the middle? Which side does he use then? Does he put his drink on the left side or the right side? Like, I feel like there should be one for each person then. I don't know. There's a... I don't think that matters. Looks like they're waiting for their flight. Yeah, it's like a flight. He's got the middle seat. Do they really keep their legs crossed the entire show? I don't know. Well, this is only a 5-minute segment, so... Guess the scale is subject to everything else, definitely crammed. Yeah, I don't think a crammed look and feel is necessarily a bad thing, right? Because you can imagine the opposite side. Imagine if it's like, it looks too large and too expansive. It feels like things can echo and there's too much space. So then it can convey something less formal. It could feel more formal or like robotic or cold, I guess. Whereas this feels nice and cozy because, yeah, there's like there's not even space for them to breathe or to have their legs uncrossed. It's like maybe they're crossing their legs because they have to scrunch up or something. But yeah, I guess I'm not the biggest fan of this setup. It feels a bit haphazard. There's a bit of symmetry, which it's not symmetrical, so then it makes it a bit more jarring. Like the guy in the middle, his seat is angled slightly to the right. And then you've got this table here. So you've got like 4 things lined up in the center. You got the bull, you got the skull mounted on the wall. Then you got this like whatever shelving cabinet. Then you got the chair and him, and then the table. So there's like too much of like something centered, and they're not properly centered. And then, yeah, the tree, it just feels like they chose some random plant and put it on the right, but there's no space for the plant. So the plant feels like it's suffocating alongside the people. And then the paintings, I feel like, I don't know. The cougar, I guess, makes sense for this guy, but I have no idea what these other paintings are. Are these random shots, or are these like key moments from his travels or something? I have no idea. Anyways, okay, I'm going a little too much into this. This is borderline claustrophobic. Yeah. Leaning too small. The person who designed it was probably someone's girlfriend. What is a posture check? It took my 100 PPs. Oh, did you like spend your PPs to do something on Twitch? Is it telling me to fix my posture? All right, let me do that. I didn't see a notification about that. I do need to keep working on the Twitch stuff as well. We do have new emotes and GIFs and stuff like that. So what is a posture check? This is borderline claustrophobic. They show a lot of clips on the show and do close-ups, so it works better when you watch the whole thing. Too much symmetry. This is we have $500 to spend at Target. Dude, let me show you a recent... Okay, let's finish this clip first. Hold on.
They don't associate humans with food. No. I think they were just like, what the fuck is going on?
And why is this thing kind of...
Also, what the hell? What is this drink and why is it everywhere? Why did they... To me, putting a bottle on a bookshelf, well, I don't know why, but it feels unholy. Like, it feels weird to put a beverage, like a consumable, putting a consumable on these like bookshelves. I don't know why, but it feels wrong to me. Also, because they're these like plastic bottles, it's not like a, yeah, it's not aesthetically pleasing. It just looks like trash. And so putting trash on the cabinet basically feels off-putting. And then they got like so much random shit on the ground. And in the earlier shot, in the bottom left, you can see the dude's water bottle. See, what the hell? See, that's what I'm saying. This is what bothers me. You have these two, you know, stands where you're supposed to put your drinks. And yet, dude on the left is just putting his drink on the ground. So then it's like, you should, yeah, I don't know. Oh, and then I guess I didn't notice on the right side, you can actually see all the cables sticking out from behind the couch. And you can see the cables behind them. And you can see the chair is like literally up against the wall here. So they're not even symmetrical within the space that they have. Okay, anyways. I love how we're like shitting on this thing, but it's like, you know, I'm critiquing to learn, I guess is what I'm saying. It's promotional. They have new beverages. No, I get that this is like their product, but it just feels weird to double up on the product. It's like, I think sometimes there's a counterintuitive thought process here where I feel like in their minds, they're like, yo, we need to promote this beverage, so let's slap a bunch of this everywhere, right? So you can't miss it. You see it everywhere. You're gonna buy it. But I think it's a bit more of the counterintuitive of if you put too many of them, it degrades the quality and the visual value. Whereas if you just have one of them, but like placed effectively and appropriately, it can draw more intrigue to the brand itself and the product. Putting them everywhere, it just then kind of dilutes the brand in some ways to me. So I feel like they would have been better off with just one of them placed in a strategic location, which then draws all the eyeballs to it. It looks like it's placed there intentionally, with intent, right? Whereas here, it's like, I don't know. This is me just, you know, I'll listen. I wish I could be these guys. This looks like a really cool setup for sure. I like what they're doing. I want to have my own podcast someday. So Yami's in the chat. Yami, your name looks different. Yami Akuma VT. I'm assuming, I didn't know you could change your username, but Yami, thank you for being here. You said Happy New Year. Who are we roasting? Wow, I feel bad. We're not roasting these guys per se. Fed in the chat had sent over this video clip of these guys have a podcast, and I guess the guy on the right is a very famous, this guy here is like a very famous wildlife conservationist or filmmaker, or I'm not sure exactly. So this is their podcast, and they're going over this crazy clip of some psychopath approaching a pack of wolves, and so they were kind of breaking it down. But then I went on a little tangent because I personally am interested in podcast setups, and like also as I'm getting more into filmmaking and understanding cinematography, trying to understand lighting and like film sets, what works, what doesn't, that kind of stuff. So we're on a bit of a tangent, but I'm enjoying it. But yeah, thank you, Yami, for being here. Hopefully you had a wonderful end of the year, holiday celebrations, and yeah, welcome to 2026. This is the first stream of 2026 for me. Fed says, it should be said, the podcast is very free-flowing. They have topics and videos they're supposed to feature, but a lot of the time is spent just shooting the breeze. Yeah, like obviously we're quote-unquote roasting, but I don't necessarily mean for it to be roasting. I'm just trying to learn and see what is visually appealing, what works, what doesn't. And then it's also a nice reminder that I think sometimes when people get too much into the weeds of like a technical understanding, you become somewhat of an elitist where like these guys don't necessarily, maybe it was by design, not to design something that looks overly constructed and thought through, because to them, they want to give the vibes of three bros shooting the shit, talking about whatever, not put together, because that is the vibe or like the more genuine or the more authentic vibes that they want to convey. So for all we know, this is like literally done intentionally to be very chaotic and whatever. So yeah, these are all fair points. check out Bad Friends podcast. Yo, I haven't listened to Bad Friends in a few years, sadly, but I really like their setup. It's very poppy. It's very colorful. It's got personality. It's nice clashing, and like the two personalities themselves clash all the time. Have good chemistry. I really like that podcast. We'll check it out in a second in terms of what works and what doesn't. Some podcasters who triggered our OCD. Yeah, exactly. You can just tell when a designer is hired versus someone who decorates for fun. Yeah. I wanted to get rid of the X in the middle since it was confusing people. The VT at the end just stands for VTuber. Okay. Yeah, of course, VTuber. Yami Akuma. Yeah, I see. It was before. It was the Yami X Akuma. Yami Akuma VTuber. Well, thank you very much for being here. Hopefully you are enjoying, I guess, the fourth day of the new year. 2026. What a awkward number. I don't think it's. Ugh, yeah. 2025. That just it rolls off the tongue. Now we got to wait until 2030, I guess. It's just critiquing. Yeah, we're having fun with it.
Charged him, like,
Where were we?
How like hard? Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say they don't associate humans with food. I think they were just like, what in the.
Also, the other thing I didn't catch it earlier. The thing that kind of was bothering me somewhat is that they have a 3-camera system. You got the wide angle shot, and then they have a dedicated shot for Mr. Gallant over there, and then they have a 2-person shot for these guys, which is fine if you're on a budget, but I'm assuming this guy's got money. And to me, it's like it kind of makes these guys the side characters, which I get is probably the truth. But I would want, if this is meant to be 3 bros, shooting the shit, I would want them on equal footing, right? So there should be a dedicated camera pointed at dude on the left, dedicated camera for dude in the middle, and then Forrest.
And why is this thing kind of running around us?
See, like he's got his shot here, which is fine. I kind of wish they would do that for the other two. But yeah.
Happening here. It shows how hard it is to actually get attacked by wolves. I mean, what's the statistic?
Okay, and then as we're continuing our critiquing, okay, other things. You can freaking see the wall outlet in the back there. What the hell? What's the point of painting this wall a certain color to fit some vibe, and then you forget to fucking, excuse my language, you forget to paint the outlets here or to hide it, and so now you just got this ugly ass wall outlet there, and then you can even see the paint is peeling there or something. Gallant is wildlife biologist, adventurer, and owner of Fantasticus Pictures, a wildlife media company. Ooh, okay. Well, hopefully he never stumbles upon this video, because yeah, maybe I would want a job from him in the future. He's a host of several successful wildlife TV shows. Near extinct species is one of his main things. Nice. Yeah, I'm definitely not degrading his knowledge, but I feel like, yeah, there could be things they could do to improve the set. I'm good, thank you, says Yami. Went out to shoot with my bestie today and we took pictures of each other so I can soon do another editing stream. Nice. Other than that, I've been enjoying my days off. How about you? Did you have a good start into the new year? Yes, I have. Yeah, you know what? I'm kind of free-flowing today. I had put together a list of things that I would go over today just to recap, because it's been, it's been like 3 weeks, I think, since I last streamed. So if you tune in to the earlier part of the stream, we've gone over a few things like my new tattoo on my hand. I talked about my mom who's been visiting me for the past couple weeks, and she's here for another day. And then I talked about some of the new YouTube videos that I had worked on and published in the past week or two. So I was very proud that I was working faster, finally, taking a page out of Fed's book in terms of how fast he was publishing videos. So and then we talked about some of my editing problems, in the sense of, like, I've been trying to hire an editor for my brand, and that's been an utter fail in the past few attempts. So we talked about this in the earlier part of the stream, and maybe I'll go over some applicants' content in a future stream so that we can kind of review together, in terms of what works best. Yo, Teddy! Teddy Green, thank you very much for subbing. Yo, on the YouTube side. Hells yeah. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Happy New Year. Teddy Green, TG. We're just kind of, this is my first stream back, so I'm shaking off the rust, and I'm kind of going over, doing a little bit introspection into last year and all that. Let me catch up on the chat real quick. By the way, Yobo, you played Silk Song? Asked Manas. Oh, I haven't played that game. I've heard so much about it. I didn't have time for that. I was playing the Final Fantasy Tactics Advance game for a bit, but it's just been a little bit tough. I just haven't had time to properly play video games recently. Fed says, I want to play the Arc Raiders game, but that sounds like a time suck, and I'm not nearly successful enough for me to start doing a video game tangent. Fed says they play it off like three dudes shooting the breeze as a theme, but of course Gallant is the main expert. Yeah, fair enough. But then, should you put Gallant in the middle? That's another question. In terms of balance, if he's the star, should he not be in the center? I don't know. These are all questions, which there's no wrong answer, I guess. It's all subjective at the end of the day. Yami says, cool. Yobel Mom, hi. Yes, and I did see the tattoo on your Insta. Look very cool. Thank you very much. Yeah, it took so long to heal, so that's been annoying. Like, imagine showering. I had to use one of those, I bought this thing that sucks, protects your arm from water, and oh, dude, the aftercare is the worst part of getting a tattoo. As a JEE aspirant, I don't know what G is. I can never have a good day, so no, my new year didn't go as well. I'm not sure what a G aspirant is. It sounds like some kind of Star Wars reference. I don't know. But hopefully that's not a bad thing, Manas, whatever you're referring to. JE, is that the exam thing? Or are you working on an exam or something? Was that what it is? Fez says, no, if he was in the middle, you would know he is the star, and bros shooting the breeze feel wouldn't work. Fair enough. You can bullshit any answer, though, to be fair. So, yes, Yami, just catching you up on the last things there. So we talked about some of the editing problems. I talked about my new cat channel, which you guys should absolutely check out and subscribe to. It's https www.youtube.com/@lo-fi cat naps. Boom. I just started it a couple weeks ago, and I've been trying to pump out a few content on there. But yeah, it's like a lo-fi channel. You know, it's like 2-hour long videos. I'm gonna work on like a 10-hour video at some point, but like background music kind of stuff with my beautiful cats. So we got Kimbap over there chilling, and we've got Nala. Let me bother her because she's in arms. Oh, there you are. What's up, buddy? Yeah, good girl. So anyways, I was talking a bit about my new cat channel, the Lo-Fi Cat Naps, which I'll be pumping out content for, just putting some nice soothing music or different types of music with real footage of my cats. So wish me luck on that. I was talking about the co-working concept, so I'm going to continue doing co-working on both Lo-Fi Cat Naps YouTube channel and then my Yobel Prize Twitch channel going forward, so I can stream more hours while I'm working. A new camera angle. I was talking about how I want to get an overhead shot. So I have a C-stand behind this bookshelf where I can hover a camera from above my two cats behind me. So you can get this like nice overhead shot of both of them if they're just chilling there and sleeping. I think I can make that look cinematic or good quality potentially. So we were talking about that. I talked about the 1 billion follower summit, which is an event that's coming up in 5 days. It's a 3-day event. It's like Mr. Beast and a bunch of these guys are going to be the main speakers there. And I'll be manning a booth for a few hours every day where I'll be doing some like podcast interview. I'll be the host and I'll be interviewing a few content creators. It's not like the biggest deal in the world, but it is to me because it's the first time I'm doing something like this. So I'll share more as that comes about. And then we were doing a bit of recapping of 2025. What were some of the big wins for me that year? Let me just briefly put here, started live streaming. That was probably one of the biggest milestones and memorable things of last year, because that was a huge step for me in terms of putting myself out there and yeah, just trying to be more shameless of myself, but being more confident of like what I do. That's been a fun journey, obviously, with meeting all you guys and doing what we're doing. So anyways, we talked about that. We talked about Dubai chocolate, and I still have a bunch of other things that we're supposed to talk about. But anyways, that's just to catch you up. And now we're on a little tangent here. So let's do podcast studio reviews. And then let me put a side note. Can I make this a thing? ? Going forward. In the name of cinematography. Actually, that could be a nice name for a series. In the name of cinematography. We're doing all this in the name of cinematography. Yeah, dead. Here we go. It's the hardest exam after the Gao Cow. You're just making up words now. But good luck to you on the Gao. No, on the G thing. Okay, where were we? I want to check out this dude. Okay. So other things about this setup here. I think I get that these microphone arms, like there's not much you can do about it, but I just don't like this arm format. It like this weird isosceles triangle angle thing here. It cuts through the camera frame, right? It goes out to the edge and then cuts back in. And to me, I don't know, it like a simpler microphone arm, one that just goes straight from the table to him as opposed to this weird alligator arm type thing. So it takes up too much visual, in my opinion. And it's in a weird angle that breaks across whatever's behind it. So it cuts through the tree. And so that tree in the background, it like literally cuts it into 3 parts. So it's just a weird, visually kind of, yeah, visually it just kind of cuts things up on the left too much. And then you have too much space of like minimalist. It's like you have the space on the left and then the right, where all of a sudden you have a big patch of nothing. But then you have big patches of too much chaos. And then the portraits in the background, they all, there's no like synergy to them. You know, because obviously you got this one frame here that is, again, the same color as the wall and the tree, so it kind of blends in too much. But then you've got 2 portrait frames on the right that seem a bit more similar to each other, like having the black border frame. But you can also kind of tell that the border frames, I don't know. There's something about this that I don't like. They're at different positions. So now you can see that portrait is angled a bit, or it's like positioned a bit further down. Yeah. Kevin, you said agree, the negative space. Yeah, so thank you. I couldn't think of the word. The negative space. Fed says those arms are so intrusive, but everyone uses them since Joe Rogan does. Gallant has been on with Rogan lots of times, so I'm sure Rogan advised him to get those when he decided to make his own podcast. Well, then he's getting bad advice from Rogan. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm just not a fan. And it's like, I think having a plant in your environment, that is like it seems to be like the table stakes. Like what you should do is have some kind of plant, forest, foliage, whatever. But to have this type of plant it makes zero sense to me, because you got the skinny trunk, which is thinner than the microphone arm. So again, it's like it's not doing the tree any justice, and a lot of that tree ends up being hidden away then. And it's like you got a straight line for this plant or tree, whatever, in the background. And so you got these like you've got these chaotic lines that are clashing with each other. It's not like there's any it's not like proper leading lines or anything. It's all just kind of weaving in and out. And then you've got these weird ornaments in the plant, which there's got to be better places to place like branding stuff than inside of a tree. I don't know. It looks like a piece of paper that's like just I don't know. Something about that's also weird. They look bad, says Fed. It's simple as harmony. Okay. Yeah, there's no feng shui in this shot. And I think one thing I personally like is when there's a bit more depth behind the subject, depending on like the lens that you shoot with and all that kind of stuff. I think Bad Friends will be a fun example for us to look at next, because I don't think they have a lot of depth because they're pretty much close to the wall, if I remember. But it works. I think it's maybe the angling of the wall also helps. So... yeah, so we're doing a bit of shitting on session right now in the name of cinematography, though. There you go.
I mean, there's something like 8 recorded wolf deaths to humans in history in America or something.
Really? Dude, some
small.
sources say 0.
Yeah. I mean, it's like it's absolutely.
That's really interesting because
it's like people think they need this stuff for it to look podcasty or something. Just use wireless mics or lavs. Yeah. I don't mind. Like I said, I don't mind these. I don't know what you call these. Are these like boom? Not boom mics, but like these microphone arms. Like I'm not opposed to having a visible microphone that kind of swivels around. It's functional, all that kind of stuff. I just think this particular design is weird because it's so tall. It's so yeah, it doesn't feel like it was designed for this cramped space. Like it looks like it was designed for a longer table where it has to reach perhaps to someone really far away maybe, or something like that. For this sizing and the placement, it's like not being used for its purpose. It feels like in the same way these dudes are crossing their legs and it feels like they're all crammed into a tight space. It looks like these microphone arms are also kind of crammed in, squeezed in into a tight space. So everything feels suffocating. Yeah.
Information.
If you could have one, which fictional animal would be your pet? Ooh, right off the bat. Oh, fictional. Damn it. You said fictional. I want a raccoon or a red panda for a pet. For a fictional animal, I mean, it's got to be a dragon, right? Come on. When you have a bunch of people just sitting around like this in what is more of a TV setup, just use lavs. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. But yeah, these things do feel more cozy, like having these big arms, like, you know, like having the mic in your face. It does. It's I guess a cultural thing, right? I'm sure maybe 10 years from now, people are going to like look at this in disgust, but I kind of get that. I get it. Like I get, you know, I'm doing it right now, right? Like on my shot, we've got the mic. Although I could design this, I wish I could have this look better than what I have to deal with right now. But yeah, having the mic in the shot, I'm not opposed to it. It's just in this particular shot, it takes up so much space and it conveys a bit more of feeling cramped. The arms just don't have that golden ratio. What is a golden ratio in relation to this setup? It's an open shot, so it doesn't make sense. You use an arm like you do when sitting at a table. Okay. I want to look at a few more examples. Mana says mine would be a phoenix. Fair enough. Unicorn. Well, yeah, because you can ride the unicorn. I guess you can't ride the phoenix because it would burn you to death. But then the phoenix can revive you. So maybe there's that. It's become the look for a podcast, but it makes a lot more sense for your shot since you are by a table. Yeah, like I have no choice with this mic here. But you know what? I am looking to see if at some point I can improve my setup to have like one of those, do they call it a boom mic? Or like a shotgun mic? It'd be cool to have a quality microphone that allows me to not have this, be able to talk clearly. But Kevin says Google it. Google what? The golden ratio? Okay, let me okay, we got 30 more seconds. Let's finish this first.
I've always thought that it was a pretty common thing.
There's 26 documented worldwide wolf fatal attacks between 2002 and 2020.
That's worldwide. Yeah.
That's not a lot.
No, not at all.
If you think of
80% were rabid wolves.
Yeah, and I mean, there's maybe not a more vilified animal in the media aside from sharks.
Yeah, totally. Dude, I mean, essentially every kids movie, which I've now seen all of them, half of them, the worst bad guy is a wolf.
Totally. Yeah.
Dude,
it's crazy.
It's a shame too because they're fucking awesome.
Oh, I just discovered another thing that I don't know if I like. Mana says the golden ratio is basically the ratio that is observed in every beautiful thing. Huh, that sounds very poetic. You can just have a boom mic above. A boom mic is a shotgun mic on a boom. Okay, so I'm mixing up two things. So a boom is like the big arm. Is that right? And then at the end of the arm, you have a microphone, which tends to be a shotgun mic for that service or for that situation. You can't see the screen? Oh, my bad. Another thing I'm noting as like I'm not a fan of, no, it's not the biggest deal, is the positioning of the cameras height-wise. So for instance here, you can tell that the camera is pretty tall, like above eye level of the guests, I would say, or of everyone, which is fine, I guess. But then when you jump from this wide angle to the close-ups, you can kind of see it like shifts them. So let's say if this guy's here, then all of a sudden hops up, his eye level changes, and you can tell the camera on this angle is much lower. So I don't know, like to me there's less synergy, and maybe you don't need the synergy, but it does feel a bit more jarring than when I see from one shot to the next, because it feels like I went from up high and then I jumped down low to get to this guy. So that was another.
Essentially every kids movie, which I've now seen all of them, half of them, the worst bad guy is a wolf.
Totally. Yeah.
Dude,
It's crazy.
It's a shame too because they're fucking awesome.
Yeah, they're so cool.
I mean, dude, a pack of just 6 black wolves.
Okay, but let's go ahead and follow this guy for all the shitting that we did. Yeah, I need to. We're doing this in the name of cinematography and research, okay? And I feel like each time we have these conversations, I feel that much more of like, okay, here's what we would need to do, how to make it better, blah blah blah. Bad Friends, I do really like. I'm a big Bobby Lee fan. I don't know if he grew up in Arizona, but his backstory, there's a lot of similarities with mine. Not like obviously 1-to-1, but there's enough that I was like, oh, I like this guy a lot, and let's subscribe to him on this thing. Something went wrong. Fed says, yeah, it's a very wide angle and it makes the chairs and table seem even lower than it is. It's a jarring shift. Yeah, okay. I agree on that. I would want to be on wheels, says Kevin. Are you talking about the fictional animal? Maybe I'm mixing things up. Fed says, probably a small room and difficult to get everything in the wide angle without using such a wide angle lens. Yeah, looks so uncomfortable to have your legs crossed for that long. Yeah, I would start losing circulation. Okay, let's check out a recent clip. Oh, you know what? Here's what we'll do. Let's look at one of the oldest clips.
Just stop. First of all, can I talk?
Just to show like the changes that happened to like their setup. So here, assuming what is it? Is this the first episode? Yeah. Okay.
This is a 50-50 podcast.
Okay, go ahead.
And I feel like you think that you're the captain of the ship.
I am.
Yeah. So like these ones, I did like that each individual camera frame had different color schemes, right? So then it just clearly made it feel like two personalities clashing. So, but obviously this is a different vibe where they do clash with each other all the time. They're fighting playfully. So having these poppy colors works for the comedy angle, plus having it look so different from each other. So it's in your face like the whole time, visually, audibly, and all that. Like a chair on wheels. Oh, okay. Mana says, I gotta sleep in a bit, want to have a round of chess. Later, because I reset a few things and I have to like log back into my chess thing. And listen, I'm rusty, okay? I haven't been streaming in a while, so I have to reset a bunch of things. But next time, yes, it's hard for me to turn down chess. I play every day, so we'll definitely play next time then. Like a chair on wheels, texture. Yeah, I like the texture here as well. I'm not a fan of like flat. I know this is why those wooden slat stuff has. I feel like every there's one in Dubai as well. Every podcast is doing these vertical wooden slats. I would like to think that I liked this before it was a thing, but I'm probably behind the trend. But I feel like this is the table stakes now for every podcast studio, and for a good reason. I feel like it's a nice way to break up a boring background. You can hang things, you can do whatever you need to with it. So, but it does feel like this is the latest trend. What the hell is a stretch? I have no idea. And also, I don't know. Oh, see, I saw it pop up on my activity feed, but there's nothing that popped up on visuals. So I apologize, Manas. I think there's some things I need to refresh to make it work. But maybe it's telling me to stretch. I don't know. In which case, sure, here you go. Let's do a little stretch. Let's do a little cat stretch, maybe. Stretch. And then Nala. There we go. It'll be a cat break just for you, Manas. Thank you. Overdone though, for sure. Yeah, it's absolutely overdone, like without a doubt. But like I said, it's the same way that people would be like, oh, everyone's got that Shure SM7B mic, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, oh, if people use it because it's good, why stop using it? Or why wouldn't you use it just because everyone else is? If it works, it works. Thank you very much, Manas. Worth my PPs, hells yeah. And we'll see you next time. Thank you very much for being here. But yeah, I haven't watched these guys in so many years now. But yeah, let's just kind of switch between the angles. Yeah, there it is. So to me, I thought this was great because of the yeah, because of their vibe and like having two sides. So I really liked, especially when I used to watch their podcast more regularly, like over time when they were collecting memorabilia or like gifts from fans, it was like you were seeing the personality grow on both sides. And there's something fun about that. And this one also felt cramped, but I think the way they did their camera angles, not for the wide angle, they did a good job to make it feel less cramped. Like this doesn't feel too cramped, but you have the wall right up to against him. And also, yeah, maybe to that point you guys were saying earlier, Sora Tack says, help, I'm in YouTube now. I'm not sure which one, Sora, I'm trying to recognize your name from somewhere, but thank you for saying help. I wish I could help you, but thank you for helping me by watching me on YouTube. Kevin says, hire a designer and see if they'll pick slats. Yeah, listen, it's a go-to, okay? It works. It works for like a default setting. Yeah, so the other point, well, I forget if it was you, Kevin, or one of you guys had mentioned earlier that you don't like the legs being crossed. And I think I do like when there's a table like this, because obviously now you don't have to focus on the you know, the bottom half of the person. And like, I think 9 out of 10 times you don't really need to pay attention to like the lower half of a person. You're probably focusing on their face, right? Because they're talking, their arms, because they might be gesturing. How often times do you watch a podcast where you're focusing on their feet when they're telling a story, or because it's importance, right? So I think generally speaking, if you can hide the legs, you're not missing much, because it wasn't really necessary for the stories that they're telling, and that's why you're there. So yeah, I think like probably in my future podcast setup, I don't mind if I do a setup like similar to this where you kind of block, at least for some of the camera angles, where you block part of the body so it draws your focus towards what matters currently. Sora says, it's me. Oh, it's Sora Photo Stream. Hey, Sora, I didn't realize. Sora Tac 3027 is what it shows up on my side. Hello, Sora. Thank you for being here on the YouTube side. Hells yeah. Happy New Year. Hopefully you had a fun holidays, and I don't know if you're back to work or whatever you're doing now that it's, well, I guess work will be tomorrow, but hopefully you're doing well. Thank you very much for saying hi. I can't help you about helping you out on the YouTube side though. Kevin says, why do I need to see your gooch? Yeah, exactly. It's the low chairs that make it even worse though, yeah.
100% vintage shirt.
From where? Where's it from?
I don't know where.
Jet
That's
Rag.
what's good. Not
It's
from
fake.
Jet Rag.
It's fake.
You're fake.
Yeah?
All right.
I am.
See here, you see the legs, but like it's at an angle where it's just not like intrusive or anything. But I think I still would prefer if you don't see the legs over time. I forget if they eventually fix it. I don't think, yeah, because this table looks old from what I've seen. This looks like an IKEA table. But yeah, oh yeah, here's like the boom, or what do you call these? Like the microphone arms. But the way these microphone arms are set up, at least maybe it's the camera angle. Like here, it doesn't feel like it takes up so much of the space of the shot. Whereas that Forrest Gallant one, I felt like you see all the angles of that thing. Yeah, see here, you just get the one angle of the arm when it sticks out, but you don't like see it weaving in and out of your entire frame. So, okay, so this is episode 1. Now if we hop over to their latest video, 6 days ago. Oh, no, we'll do this one.
You two are bad friends.
For these two idiots.
Yeah, see, okay. They covered up the gooch, so they listened to Kevin. No gooches anymore. I like yeah, oh, wow, I didn't know they did stuff like this. This is cool. I like this. It's like chaotic, but done intentionally. Well, okay, this was a little bit cheating because obviously they were doing a holiday thing. So maybe I'll back up one stream. Or let's see.
Happy holiday.
What the hell's okay? Is it here?
At all. I'm pro.
The jam, you know what I mean?
Okay, let's check this out. Sora says, "What up, ladies and gents? I miss y'all." Well, thank you for missing them via my stream. That's a cool feeling that we do have a nice community here. We're only gonna grow, right? We got plenty of things to do, fun stuff. So I appreciate you guys being back here after a long time away. and I should be back regularly. Like I said, there's just a couple things I have to do, like the summit, which I don't know how much time it'll take up and all that fun stuff, but yeah, you are seeing me again. We're gonna do some fun shit together. I am trying to be more intentional, even with the live streams. So I kind of briefly alluded to it previously, but I want to see if I can do different like mini segments within the live stream and create some nice transition videos and stuff. Like when we do film talks, or when we do whatever like topical things. Now, if we're doing, well, like I said, we'll call it In the Name of Cinematography, where we're shitting on podcast studio setups, right? Yeah, we'll start doing stuff like that. Yo, Maple Glades is in the chat. You're looking for podcast stream examples? Yes, Maple. Happy New Year. And it's been a while. This is my first stream back, but in like 2-3 weeks. Good to see you. Hopefully you enjoyed your holidays with family, friends, all of that. Yeah, it's a bit of a tangent, but I don't even remember how we kind of got here, but I'm just checking out different podcast setups now, because eventually I do want to run my own podcast, of course. It's like a lot of people's dreams to have their own setup like this. And so I've been informally just like taking notes in the past of like what setup looks good, what doesn't. And now that we're spending more time learning about filmmaking and like, you know, film sets and lighting and all that kind of stuff, I figure there's a bit of an overlap where critiquing and breaking down different sets like this has the additional value of helping me know more about what works and what doesn't from a professional angle. So I missed a few things here. Manas, you said, before going, I got to ask you a question as you are the wildlife guy. Thank you. If a turtle loses its shell, is it naked or homeless? If a turtle loses its shell, is it naked? I guess my curiosity is, why does it have to be an or? Wouldn't you be naked and homeless? I'm going to go with both. When they actually started making bank, says Kevin. Oh, in terms of the more recent episodes, yeah. It's funny, I used to watch them from episode 1 onwards, and once they started making money, I stopped watching them. But not intentionally, just things got in the way. Fed, I feel Forrest should have gone with a TV show style more, but I guess when you're on YouTube, you have to lean at least a little bit into the podcast field. Yeah, they leaned all the way into the bro podcast with like zero polish, which is like fine. We've been critique heavy. Yeah, we need to do some. Yeah, so like this Bad Friends one is going to be a positive one, because I'm a fan of their setup. Maple says, I was lurking before. Welcome back. The Juan Show from LTT. And I need to like subscribe to these things so I don't lose it. The Juan Show from LTT. Juan Show. Hey, Nala. Nala says hello. I believe that's Cat for Happy New Year, everyone. Good girl. I gotta put the music back on, but for now, we're in research mode. Actually, yeah, we'll put some music back on. Where was it? Oh, Maple. I forget if I was telling you this earlier, but I have a new YouTube channel called Lo-Fi Catnaps. I think I brought it up previously in a past stream, but I put more energy into it during my time off. So I'm also using it as my music player in the background now as I'm streaming. So the Juan Show. Oh, this guy looks familiar. Is this guy named Linus? Oh yeah, Linus Tech Tips. Linus Tips Text. That's what I was gonna say. So Juan Show from Linus Tech Tips and the Waveform podcast from MKBHD. That's the tech review guy, right? Or product review guy? Gadget review guy? Waveform podcast. Okay, so we gotta check out a few of these, and then I'll share one that I saw recently. There was like something went viral with I don't follow the podcaster, but his setup was so clean. I saw a few clips. It had a Hunter Biden interview podcast. There's something that went viral recently. This guy, Sean Ryan. Yo, this guy's setup, this might be like top of the, like, man, it'll be fun to critique this one because I think it'll be more of like taking notes on all the things that I love about it in terms of how they set it up. But this was like a completely other direction of like high production vibes. Yeah, even like that wide angle, like the way they have everything symmetrical, but like it works. Although this light thing is bothering me because it's not symmetrical, but like in terms of this background here. But anyways, I'm sure we can critique a few things from this as well. But we were on Bad Friends. Yo, Maple, thank you for using my new emoji. Yes, we created some... Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing my screen. My bad. Thank you, Yami, for using that beautiful emoji. You remembered. The one to get my attention. I saw it and immediately knew I messed up. So let me review what I was sharing on screen, which I wasn't... Yami says, it's dead. What's dead? Fed says, Forrest's other video where he's in the field are much more professional. No doubts. I don't mean to, like, criticize this dude Forrest, because clearly he's, like, he knows what he's doing. But in terms of that home studio setup thing, Steve-O's van is dope. That sounds like a great channel plan. Thank you very much. The fact you're a YouTuber in the tech cinema space and know nothing about the biggest YouTube channels will never not be funny to me. You know what? I've said this 1,000 times and I always mean it each time. I know nothing about anything. I know nothing about nothing. The amount that I don't know about... I'm just like... I'm a dude that just... I am the layman. I am like the dumbest layman that just stumbles his way in a certain direction. I'm just vibing, all right? Yeah, I'm, you know, that's a term I've been hearing all the time, vibe coding. Basically, that's what I'm doing in the photography cinema space. I'm just vibe cinema-ing. I'm vibe filming, okay? The Downbeat podcast is also excellent for aesthetics. Oh, wait, I have to make sure to subscribe to these guys so I don't lose it. Okay, let me click on this one.
Last WAN show of its type. Actually, last week.
That's a terrible name, though. The Last WAN Show? Because I thought he misspoke for a second. I was like, what do you mean, The Last WAN Show? Waveform Podcast. And then, what was the one you just said? Downbeat Podcast. Downbeat. Craig Reynolds? Okay, just click on that. Wrong scene, my dude. We see a cat. Oh yeah, sorry. Let me catch up on this. Okay, bye says Manas. And by the way, check the comments of your latest video on your new channel. Yo, thank you thank you. That means you followed me, I hope. Yes, we need to cross 10 subscribers on Lo-Fi Cat Naps. Okay, we're gonna make this the biggest live cat lo-fi channel. All right, there's none out there, by the way. If you follow my channel, it is the first. You're gonna see a lot of slop AI lo-fi cat channels and lo-fi girl channels out there. There's not a single one that uses a real cat filmed for hours in 4K, log, color graded, dehancered, everything. Okay. Yami said, thank you, Manas. I appreciate it. Yami says, the turtle without a shell isn't homeless or naked. It's dead. Oh, okay. Dude, I shouldn't be laughing, but okay. It makes sense too. Just take a screenshot. You might not actually like their content. It's okay. This is my live stream YouTube channel, so it's a throwaway for whatever we do here. I don't care where the algorithm takes me. Mana says you should check out Ranveer Alabadia podcast. Ranveer Alabadia podcast. Can I just like control, damn it. Okay. Ranveer Alabadia. I hope you're not trolling me. I have no idea. Forrest had a fun video about 4 months ago. I survived 24 hours in the world's deadliest jungle in Costa Rica. I don't know why that's funny. To me, I think of Costa Rica as very posh, like a tourist-friendly place. So it's like the world's deadliest at the 5-star hotel, searching for dangerous animals. Nice. Maple says, yep, that's the content we want. No AI slot backgrounds and AI music. Exactly. Look, I'm trying to go against the grain. I think this Lo-Fi Catnaps channel it'll pay off in due time once enough backlash against all the AI that's out there, especially on YouTube, people will then say, we want the real thing. And what's more real than my beautiful cats over here with like curated music and all that fun stuff, okay? So that's the long bet that I'm making. Poser, says Kevin. Get out of here. Yo, Brandon, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, BC. Yo, it's good to see you. It's good, man. It's awesome seeing a bunch of you guys pop in to the chat. Thank you guys for saying hi. Thanks for remembering me, not forgetting about me and my small but growing channel where we only got one way to go, I swear. But BC, hopefully you had a wonderful Christmas, holidays, just everything, spending time with family, and hopefully you have a beautiful start to the new year. Yeah. The jungle in Costa Rica. Sorry, I feel like I'm speaking too close to the mic. It might be clipping. I apologize, guys. The jungle in Costa Rica is pretty treacherous, but yeah, they do have nice resorts too. I loved my time in Costa Rica. I want to go back. I did like it's been a while since I was there. And it wasn't when I was into photography. Putting no AI in the title description might also help. Yo, that's actually I'm going to put that down in my notes. Thank you, Maple. For lo-fi, put no AI somewhere. Somewhere. I'll figure out where, but that's a good point. It'll pay off dividends. Man, we have so many things to watch now. Let's check out the Bad Friends, because I am a fan. Maybe I need to get back into watching them. I really love their podcast. I thought their chemistry, in terms of like, if I ran a podcast, I would want to do a podcast like these guys. And I feel like it would be possible in the sense that I can imagine I am Bobby Lee. I'm a bumbling idiot, doesn't know anything about anything, as is proved by my streams, as Maple kindly pointed out. And then I just got to find my my lovable, charismatic co-partner there. Not a troll. He is like one of the biggest Indian podcasters. He talked to many big people. He even has a podcast with Mr. Beast. Damn. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. All right, let's check this out. This wide angle, I do like it. Like I said, generally speaking, I think I wouldn't, if I had to build a studio from scratch, I don't know if I would want to do a symmetrical wide angle shot, just because I would be so nervous that something will be off and it'll be too much of like a rigid structure, kind of like a Wes Anderson approach, I guess. But if you do it well, I mean, it works. And especially if it's a podcast with two personalities, I love that. Yeah, I love that it basically just delineates, or it literally draws the line between like, this is my world and this is your world. And now when you have the close-up camera angles, it's like it's peeking into only that person's world, and it almost looks like two completely different sets. So I kind of like that. I do. BC says, I thought of you yesterday. Well, thank you. Only yesterday. Wow. I thought I meant more to you than that. What the hell, man? Care to explain before we go down too much of an intimate path there? But thank you for thinking about me. Bobby Lee, I love these backgrounds and how it constantly changes with different fan stuff. And oh look, we saw the improvement. They switched from the weird L-shaped microphone arm to like this low angle, low profile mic arm, which is like less intrusive, less in your face, literally. All right, Nala's come over. Let's pause to say hi. Hey, Nala. What does that mean? Oh, I wanna invest in a shotgun mic to do like some ASMR of my cat. So, for example, I have this I have one of these Rode video mic NTGs. I'm not sure if this is I haven't had enough experience with this guy, but I don't know. I'm hoping this could work for like an ASMR capture, where if I hook it up through the USB-C, and then I'm not sure if I need that 3.5mm jack. If I can hook this up via USB-C to my Mac Studio, could I use this as a microphone source and not have to plug it in through the Scarlett Focusrite? And then how close would I need to position this such that if Nala is purring or whatever, I can actually capture the audio cleanly? So I've been literally doing some random brainstorms about this. Like, do I use one of these shotgun mics? Do I use one of those clip mics, like a lav mic or my DJI mic 2, and just like attach it somewhere close? I'm not sure. These are the random brainstorm sessions that I've been doing while I haven't been streaming. Fed says, hold on, I missed some things. Mana says, could you please check out Ranveer setup quickly? Because my mom has been calling me for the past 10 minutes. Yo, prioritize your mom. Respond to your mom, man. What the hell? I don't even know where I placed the thing. I lost it, man. Okay, maybe I'll do it here. Maple says, any mic is an ASMR mic. Okay, so I guess what you're saying is it's all about positioning. Is it the NTG? Yes, this is an NTG. You can hook it up to anything. The Scarlett will have nicer preamps, but it's a powered mic, so it'll be all right for sensitivity. Oh, okay. For ASMR, you want a low signal to noise ratio because the mic will be gained up quick. The mic will be gained up quick. If it's the NTG, it can be hooked up to anything direct via the... Okay, so you're saying the USB-C... Okay. Yeah, because I thought, you know what, for my Lo-Fi Catnaps channel, I was like, yo, what if I create a series of the Lo-Fi Catnaps, but with ASMR mode? So it'll just be like actual recordings that I have of my cats purring that I then put instead of background music. Then I can't get copyright struck, so win-win. And then it would be like a straight up ASMR playlist, in addition to the study, relax, and sleep series that I have. Okay, anyways, let's quickly look up, what was the guy's name? Ranveer Alabadia. Don't expect you'll be able to be quick with chat. Go talk to your mom. Yeah, man. Listen, you know what? That'll be my... Let's put that in my goals. Goals for 2026. Either A, be faster at reading chat / don't go on too many... Oh, no. Okay. A, be faster at reading chat. B, don't go on multi-tangents / tangents in convos. Or C, take ADHD meds. So one of these things we'll try to do in 2026. Don't forget to read the reason I thought about you. Don't leave it hanging on me sounding awkward. Oh shoot, I missed that, didn't I? Maybe the kids were watching a series on Disney Plus with Bertie Gregory about Tusker elephants. Oh, there's a big elephant that died, I think the other day, that was really known in the Amboseli National Park. There's a part where they showed he was walking through the forest carrying an 80-pound camera and filming silverback gorillas. God dang, 80 pounds. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's a good reason to think about me, for sure. And I see why you wanted me to finish that out. I didn't want to leave you hanging. Mabel says, sorry, it's made to be hooked up direct to use in studio. I have one too. Okay, I'm going to test it on the next one. He'll still be talking about this in 15 minutes. All right, okay, let me try. No, watch the podcast. This is like you're trolling, putting it on the list now. Let's be faster by making notes about being faster, then setting an alarm about being faster, all while not doing the thing. Yes, I am slightly rage baiting, I will admit, but it also, yeah, I do need to be faster about it. We do a bit of trolling here every once in a while, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and pause and watch this Ranveer and Raghav. Let's just look at the latest, one day ago. I need an editor. I need someone to do this for me. Come on. Karate. Okay, so this feels very professional, like very polished. It seems like this is like, not in a bad way, I guess, but it's someone who knows all the rules and is adhering to them, right? In terms of like positioning the guest and like, what do you call it? Is it the third rule of thirds, I guess, where you've got like 1/3 and the guest, and then you've got 2/3 of negative space in the same direction as the subject's gaze, and then placing the subject to gaze in the direction of where the other subject is, so it looks like they're talking back and forth. Fed says, I think the signal to noise is 81 decibels, so not too bad for ASMR, I guess. Okay, well, thank you guys. I'm going to test this out. I have it. I haven't used it in a while. So maybe then it's just about where do I place it. So I don't know which cat I'll use it for, but whichever one I can reach with the USB cable. So yeah, we'll see. Go talk to your mom, Manas. He's never gonna actually get to it. Listen, I'm here, bro. I might take some pauses though. She's calling for me to sleep. I said I'll be there in 10. Yeah, you should actually always listen to your mother, unless she's wrong. Rage bait for like a minute or two, but hot dang, it's been forever. I even have stuff to do today too. Hells yeah. Listen, I should do that more intentionally. I swear it's not really intentional. I'm aware of it, but not really. But I should make it so you have to donate money to get me to not do it. How about that? I gotta turn this into a business. Fed says the Nikon shotgun for the ZR has a lower noise floor, but that's meant to record directly to the camera, of course. Yeah, I don't know how to hook up that one. I need to order one for my own personal use, but we'll see how to use it. Okay, so anyways, we were saying I like this lighting situation here because I've never seen something like this, but it's a nice way to break up the monotony of the wall, I guess. And obviously you got this like textured wall to begin with. You've got a bit of depth to the wall as well, which I'm not sure if I like or not. It's a bit random to me. I can't make sense out of this like weird wall that's here that curves. Yeah, I have no idea. It feels like some kind of photo, like some video editing or like some photoshopping that happened here. So I'm not sure what happened in this space. There could be some digital alteration here. I'm not sure. Maple says, I'll unfollow you if you do that. Nice. Okay. How the F do I donate to him? What? That should be like so obvious. Or I need to fix something if it's not obvious how to give me money. That's the one thing I need to treat as a job. Give me all your money. No, Manas, go to your mother. Go find her credit card and then give me all your money. Maple says, you do you. The Nikon is 72 decibels. The internal microphones are 77. See, the fact that Fed, you know these level of details, whereas to me, that is my noise, right? Like none of this is like known to me. So I do appreciate how technical people like you and Maple and others in the chat are. Okay, so this thing, what I was saying is that I like these two light sources here on the right because I've never thought of this as a way to break up the negative space. And one, so it serves two purposes in my opinion. It's breaking up the negative space, but it's also revealing the textures of the wall. So it's adding a bit of, it's very subtle, but it's like adding slight depth in the shot, which I think is good. But yeah, I like this. I'm not a fan of this thing here on the, actually let's full screen this guy. I'm not a fan of this light right here on the left, the furthest left light source, because it's like partially hidden and it's right up against this wall here. Yeah, so to me, this thing, if this thing disappeared, it would be an improvement in my mind, or I wouldn't miss it if they removed this light here. Let me find our property papers. I gotta name, yeah, give me some, yeah. Or if you've got gold. Gold is king right now, okay? What else do we like or not like about this shot? Yeah, so I do like these leading lines, I guess. I don't know. I feel like I'm using that term, but maybe incorrectly. I like that there are lines across here all in generally the same direction, like up and down. So vertical lines on the left and on the right and somewhat behind. I don't know if it's... Actually, I don't know. I saw one video that was kind of talking about when you have these like lines behind the subject's head. It was a video I watched on wildlife. Maybe I'll find it. It could be fun to watch again. I think he called it like broccoli effect or something. But like when you've got these lines behind the subject, it can look weird because it looks like these lines are protruding out of his head, right? Or it's just like it's an extension of his head. So I'm curious, like in the perfect setup, do you want to have this obvious line that comes through behind the guest versus like obviously having a line over on the right, it doesn't really impact the visual effect of the subject. I have a feeling they can't do as much to that room. Well, I feel like this light source can be removed, right? For the microphone, plug it into the computer or into the interface and make sure you have an individual channel for an OBS so you can have that mic not have any noise suppression. Okay. It'll pick you up too, so you're... Oh, okay. So it's better to keep it farther away from me. Manas, I'll take 200 Bitcoin any day, for sure. Maple is calling you out. Nowadays, when all the youngins have broccoli hair, it might not be an issue anymore. I saw some video about that. Okay, so I do like, there's a few things I like, some things I guess maybe I'm not a fan of this plant on the right here, because it feels like it serves zero purpose. Because if you're going to show the plant, you might as well show more of it, instead of like the tiniest sliver of the plant. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. Now let's compare to the other shot. Ooh, I love these shots. In the perfect scenario, I would love to have more than 3 cameras and like having one of these like over the shoulder shots. I'm a big fan of it. Oh yeah, so here's the thing. I think this is not good, because now you're getting like, you've got the head shape of the guest, but then you've got the head shape of the plant behind the guest overlapping each other. And so to me, this turns into one giant blob. It looks like a floating head behind the head, is what I'm saying. Obviously, it doesn't look like a head, but like if you cross your eyes a bit, if you see it, slightly cross-eyed, you're just like, oh, there's this big dark blob behind a big blob here, which is his head. Ooh. Oh, dude, this is a no-go. This is a huge red flag. Maple says, I like the plant, but I take more of it because it does frame him like the left pillar also frames the shot. Yeah, it's a good point. Like, I guess something on the right side makes sense, but I think the shape of the plant is not... there's like 2 circles. I'm seeing 2 circles here overlapping, which I don't think I like. The plant is either too far away or too close, depending on the shot. Yeah, and that's the other thing. It looks like the plant is right up against the wall, so it kind of defeats the depth of the shot, because it makes you feel like the plant is literally up against the wall. So, because you can see the shadows bouncing off the wall. So then you're removing some of the value of depth, I guess. By the way, I'm just bullshitting everything I say. So thank you very much, Manas. Thank you for the entertainment in the chat. So I feel like oftentimes in these kind of shots, you're trying to show depth, but then by putting something in between the subject and the far background that kind of conveys a bit of squishiness, or like it's cramped, you're then kind of doing the opposite of what you want, because now it's like shrinking the space behind him by showing how cramped it is. So it probably would have been better with nothing, in my opinion. But the huge the huge red flag, I don't know if you guys can see it on the smaller screen. It's right, if you follow my mouse here, it's going closer, closer, warmer, warmer. What the hell is right here? What the hell? Why is my man barefooted on this beautiful couch chair? Where's your god dang shoe, man? What the hell? That plant was badly placed, but what I meant about the room, it seems to me it might just be a room they are lending. And they can't... Oh, I see what you're saying, like a rented studio? Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah, because I guess I don't see any branding anywhere. Oh, no, I guess the branding is on the microphone, but they can bring that. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I guess all of this... There's like no... You know what, that's... Oh, okay, so you brought up something, Fed. It feels sterile. Like, this is like the complete opposite of the Forrest Gallant's podcast, where that one felt very much lived in, homey, cozy, too chaotic and too much of it, maybe, on the one end of the spectrum. Whereas this one is nice, polished, by the book in many ways, but there's no branding. Like, the only branding is just the color palette, maybe, but there's no personality besides the speakers. So the speakers have to obviously add in the personality, but as far as the background set goes, there's nothing that would distinguish this set from any other set, which I guess could be considered a negative, maybe. Looks like a room you rent at a hotel or a conference center. Yeah, okay. So now that you're saying that, it kind of takes away from the... It's taking a point away, but it's still amazing. I still like this set, but yeah. Sandals probably? I hope to God, yes. Don't tell me this guy's barefoot on this thing, man. That would be a huge... it would bother me. I don't know why it would bother me. If it was my own setup, you know? And like a dude is putting his bare foot on my expensive couch as part of my set. Yami says, I'll be lurking for now. Hope you have a good rest of your stream. Thank you very much, Yami. Thank you for being here. Happy New Year, and I'll see you again. Enjoy the lurk. Thank you. Fed said, gamble it all the way. Did you win? Are you winning, son? That Forrest Gump room is probably a spare room in his house or something, and those low leather chairs are just some spare furniture. Yeah, it literally looks like he threw it all in there. Yeah. Is PP dead to start the year? Oh, you're not the you're someone else said the same thing. Is all the PP gone? It's not something I did. No, I see everything on my side. It shows BC, you've got 135,000 points basically. Yeah, so there might be a few things I need to fix technically. I think the commands are dead because the lurk didn't work either. Oh yeah. Wait, what? Earlier I did !YouTube. Is there some setting that turned off commands on Twitch? Because I haven't streamed in a while, so is there a possibility that some settings changed? Maybe it's under moderation. Huh. I feel like something, not the same thing happened before, but I feel like there was something once before where like some shield mode was turned on, or here, if I type in the, let me try again, !YouTube or !lurk. There could be a bot that filters out commands from the chat. Okay, I'll put that on my to-do list of things to fix. But listen, I get the point. Thank you for lurking. BC, sorry, I'll fix this gambling thing as well. Actually, it's probably good. Take a break from gambling, okay? You're on top of the world still, don't worry. You got 135,000 points. Oh yeah, it's on the Twitch side, because on the YouTube side it's working. So Twitch, for some reason, is like disabled. It must be a bot. Okay, let's keep reviewing this guy. So, but yeah, I do like these multi-camera over-the-shoulder shots. Where's another one? Oh, I like this. I like when they do this kind of stuff. Kind of. I sometimes like it. Okay, let's check out this guy's view. Ooh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't know how to feel about this one. I think for some reason, what I'm not liking is this statue here. Because it feels like slightly too in focus. It's not like fully in focus, but it's got enough focus to like draw your eyes over to it. And the way it's placed, it feels a bit distracting and like not... it feels a bit random, I guess. Especially when you compare it to the previous shot. So here you don't see that little cubby hole. But then here there's a cubby hole. So there's like you lack a bit of symmetry. And then you just randomly have some object in here. Which I don't know what it serves. I don't know. Not that I know anything about these religions or anything. But yeah, it feels slightly random product placement. Forrest Gallant has an amazing house with a private zoo, so I'm sure it's just a room in his house. He has a video with a tour of it. Oh, nice. Man, I have some Forrest Gallant videos to watch then. I don't mind the background here though. It's like it shows a lot of depth. So I guess the depth is good. There's for some random reason they've got like the tiniest sliver of a plant potentially over on the left side, but then the other issue is that this feels way too sterile. Like, yeah, so I think, who said it earlier? It's like a hotel room kind of vibe. So even these objects, like, it doesn't really serve a purpose. Like, these objects has nothing to do with his brand, as far as I can tell. They just look like hotel objects. Yeah, so there's no objects placed with intent besides this statue here. But the statue just also feels out of place based on where it's placed. And then the objects in the background, they blend too much with the wall, I think. So it's just like super minimalist, I guess. His kids can ride ponies at a zoo. Jesus Christ. Or miniature horses, I guess. They're tiny. Okay. Well, we're many, many, many millions of dollars away from being at his level of success. Okay. So I think we get the general gist. I'm assuming there's not many more camera angles. So, okay. Cool stuff. Cool beans. Shout out to Manas for sending this over. Bad Friends. Let's keep...
Dates, you drove all the way to what? Redondo? Where'd you go? To Laguna to meet...
Yeah, so beating a dead horse, but I like that every camera angle feels like a distinct personality. So it feels like every camera angle is designed for that subject. So you've got the Bobby Lee background, then you've got the Andrew Santino background, and then you have that the Rudy background. So it's like very poppy, colorful, and just like put some nice colors to it. Yeah. He's been doing his wildlife stuff for quite some time now. All right, we got our ambitions then. We'll get there.
You like that guy. You like.
I'm a big fan of physical signage over like the digital stuff, so that would be something to keep in mind for my future podcast.
Cute. He's like
But yeah, here also, yeah, it does feel cramped. Like it literally looks like his back is touching the wall. So maybe that could be a critique. But they somehow make it work because of like they're going with this chaotic vibe, but the colors are more in your face. And like even though he's like clearly close to the wall, maybe it's just this camera angle, and maybe it's all these like horizontal lines, but somehow it feels very expansive. It still feels like very open somehow. I don't know why.
you know what I mean? One of those.
Artsy. Cool.
Artsy, yeah.
There he is.
There he is, right there.
Is that
but you,
in like white.
now when you went on a date with them recently, where'd you guys go?
We went to the beach.
Okay.
See, he's a beach guy.
Yeah.
Do you think that like black surfers talk up, dude? Flipped it off the bank, dude.
Are you fucking tripping right now, dude?
No, I did, dude. I nollied it, dude.
I feel like I've seen better backgrounds from these guys. Like I feel like in some previous iteration, like the memorabilia or the fan gifts that they had on the wall looked better. Here it feels a bit more like haphazard of like, oh, they just stuck a bunch of frames on the wall without really giving it much thought in terms of like spacing or placement. And then even like the Bad Friend sign and the painting to the left of the Bad Friend sign, it literally looks like they're touching. But like it's kind of their personality. I feel like it is like part of their style. Fed says it's getting cluttered now. Well, I feel like it's always been cluttered, but like the clutter somehow they would make it work. And this one still works, I guess. But I feel like I've seen better backgrounds in the past where they had it a bit more spaced out or more intentional with whatever was showing there. Here it just literally looks like they took a hammer and nail and just stuck these all themselves. But yeah, if I could make a podcast, I would love to do something like what these guys do, Bad Friends. The one I was talking about earlier, the Hunter Biden one. So I guess this guy his name's Sean Ryan. But yeah, like I saw so many of these viral clips go by and I was like, yo, this podcast setup is something else. Like, holy Christ. So one, look how big this room is. Holy shite, right? They went with the whole symmetrical thing, which is fine. I think I love their use of this light. So having this like red light cut all the way across, I don't know. To me, it looks good. I like this illumination. I like the lights. I like a different iteration, says Kevin. Yeah, I think I want to see if I can find a different version where it looked nice. Maybe they hired a new decorator. No, I think they fired their decorator and just did it themselves. Are those shoe lights on the floor? Yeah. So okay. So let's get into the nitty gritty now. So what works, what doesn't? Part of me feels like there is a bit of a clash here where they have such polish, right? They clearly have a set design. They spent a lot of money to create this really elegant sleek kind of concept of a bar with all these glowing lights and everything like that, right? So in many ways, you would be like, yo, a lot of money was put into this design. But then in the middle of it, literally, and also on the ceiling, right, you can kind of see here, less so of the boom mics, but you can see a little bit on the top right and top left, there's some of those, I don't know, like those little over, like the hanging spotlights or whatever. Plus you got the, yeah, Fed, you mentioned it, those like those shoe lights or whatever, which then kind of feels conflicting with the intentional polished set design. So like it feels like they could have just gone the extra mile. Like they were already at the 99th like, you know, they've done all this work. Why not just spend that one extra dollar, not really, but like that extra bit of dollar to figure out how to either hide these spotlights or even these like boom mics position in a way where it doesn't obstruct the wine rack or whatever else in the shot. I don't know. Maple says, what in the bro manosphere get rich quick scheme is this? Yeah, listen, I'm not saying I like the actual, like, what would you call it, the context or whatever the products are. I just think in terms of a set design, I was like, firstly, there's like, they did a lot here in terms of like lights and like showing whatever it is. But to me, I was like, oh, this looks great. Like, this looks very interesting. But then there's a few things where I was like, yeah, okay, this the shoe lights here, which are not symmetrical, feels weird. Having the boom mics kind of set up in a way where it does distract from all this money that they're spending on like some symmetrical concept. And then, yeah, being able to see those visible lights on the top corners. Those kind of take away from it. But like, this is just critiquing from the wide angle shot. I think the wide angle works well, but for me, it's these other angles that really, to me, is what makes it shine, which I didn't think about before, which is here, when you're using these big tele lenses, I don't know, let's call this like an 85 plus lens, it might be even more, you get this nice bokeh effect because they got all these glowing lights from the bottles, which I don't know if it was by design or not, but at least for this angle, creates a nice creamy background, which just looks so cinematic, right? But it is very bro manosphere-y. Yeah. A lot of alcohol and flags and guns. If you had that kind of production money, just use Fresnel lantern spots from the roof for the shoes. Okay. Fresnel lantern spots. I never heard of it, but yeah. The shoe lights are insane. Yeah, it just takes away. And also, it looks like one of them is on, but the other isn't. Am I going crazy? Yeah, it looks like the one on the left is turned on, and this one's not. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it feels weird that they it's like someone running a marathon, and then on the last stretch, they decide to call it quits and just take a you know, a golf cart to drive to the end kind of a thing. I need a better analogy, but yeah, it's just like, why? Come on, just a few little things here. But anyways, okay, this camera angle, it's a weird angle to put it behind the subject, but I do love this this background here. This one's a bit more normal, but like still a unique shot that you don't normally get in most like interviews and podcasts. So I love that they had this angle. And again, this is where I think the background, the set really shines to me, because the wide angle looks okay, but like a wide angle shot is not going to be your most cinematic, right? So you're using this big, like a wide angle lens and everything's in focus, everything's like whatever. But now like seeing these kind of, the headshots here, these like, to me, this is where I'm like, yo, I love these lights. I love the somewhat abstract, but just enough detail to make things look polished. I don't know why there's a stepladder behind him though. So again, it's like it's at the last mile, they just gave up. But those are easy fixes, in my opinion. Or those are foolish mistakes. And then of course, this shot here, this one also, I think maybe it's the purple lighting that kind of works. I've never seen it before, but something about this color scheme is unique. I feel like it tells a more interesting story. It's pronounced Fresnel. What did I say? Fresnel. Okay, so the S is silent. Fresnel. Fresnel lantern spots. Fresnel are the lights that can make directed beams and such. Oh, okay, okay. Maple says, just put a mic behind the chair that points... Mic behind the chair that points towards them but not close enough to be hit by their arms, but it'd be cleaner than the hanging thing, but I get wanting to keep the floor clear too. Okay. It's pronounced, yeah. They turned one up to make his boots shine like that. But it's such a weird, because you only see his boot shine in this one shot here. And I feel like, what's the point? Because you're going with all the symmetry, and then you're going to ruin the symmetry by putting asymmetrical lights and only have it on one side. Yeah, I don't know. I can't make sense of that shoe light. His sneakers won't shine anyways. Yeah, but like I guess my point is, just for symmetry's sake, I wish both lights were on. Because now it just feels like the OCD, I guess, part of me feels a little bit disturbed by this. Like, you know, irritated that, you know, something feels incomplete. His sneakers won't shine. Maple says, it looks like a 10-year-old designed this. Fair enough. But I guess maybe my main point is I like the lighting. I like this kind of glow effect. I like the lighting, and I like how it's illuminated by all the bottles to kind of add more lights. It's like more diffused light, I guess, maybe. And I'm not a fan of the products across everything, you know. But in terms of the lights, I like, especially once you get into those different camera angles. I low-key hate the angle from behind the ear. I don't mind the direct side angle. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like a curious angle, if I can get back to it, where if it pops back up. This one I feel is okay. But the shot where it was like completely behind the subject, I've never seen it like that. I've never seen that. So, creative choice maybe? I don't know if I can find it again. This shot is the best one for sure. Sorry, I moved around a bit. Oh yeah, okay. The over the shoulder. Yeah, the over the shoulders. I don't know why, but every time I see an over the shoulder shot, I love it. So like, I don't know if it's a universal thing, but yeah. Okay, what about this shot? So again, for some reason I like this purple color. I never thought I would ever say that, but it seems to. I seem to like it. I don't know why. This big ass portrait, I'm not sure if I like it, but I guess I do. I'm not sure if I like this big frame, but I do appreciate that the frame colors matches the lamps. So there's at least a bit of continuity of like the gold background lighting. And then for some reason they have this weird dildo thing on the right. So again, it's like some good things and some random things I can't make sense out of. Would be much better with the Fresnel. With all the other angles, the hanging mics are better, but they just should be lined up with the black in the back. Yeah, exactly. Like it just felt like angling it to like a 45-degree angle when your background is a bunch of vertical lines, like up and down. It just felt clashing. But yeah, like this shot, I like it because of, again, getting that nice creamy background with the light glows. You get like such good colors, like nice color patterns across. I don't know why. Yeah, I think to me this looks lovely. This looks nice. The red is a bit too red, but like these things here, I like it a lot. They went so far with the style, they ended up with boyish man-child style. Yeah. I hate a lot of modern angles like that behind look. Or I hate a lot of modern angles like that behind look. Or when they have a talking head and they suddenly do a shot where the angle goes from talking to camera to 45 degrees or so. Yeah, I feel like every time you switch camera angles, it has to be done intentionally. Like either, unless like there's a reason because your camera memory card died or like you have to switch. I feel like if you're going to take the time to switch to a different angle, it can't just feel random. Like it can't feel like you're just throwing it in there. That's my current opinion, unless someone tells me why it's okay. It looks like a model rocket in the back. Oh, the thing I saw earlier. Okay, fine. I guess is that how they designed them? So this shot, Jesus, like I feel like they have 7 cameras. This one also, I really like this shot. There's a good depth behind. I like these leading lines. Yeah, so you get these vertical lines everywhere. You've got these diagonal lines from the red light that kind of draws your eyes in a certain direction. I like the product placement. Yo, Lurker Guy, LO. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Hells yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you for lurking, I'm assuming. It looks, yeah, well, let's see, what else? Why else do I like this shot? So I'm assuming it's following the right approach of like placing the subject with enough negative space to the right of the way he's looking. Again, for whatever reason, I guess I'm a fan of purple, so the purple color is working for me. This is like an interesting choice of couch, I guess, or like chairs. But also Hunter is like super tall, so maybe... Yeah, it would look really weird if he was crossing his leg here. Especially if they're going with the like manly vibes and stuff. I guess crossing legs in a man cave would clash. But he very much looks quote unquote alpha, I guess, in this shot. All the leather and whatever else the... interviews used to be better 20 years ago when it comes to angles. They had it perfect, but then someone decided they had to mix it up with way too many angles. Oh, that's one of the shots that I don't like. Or sometimes it can look good, but I feel like it gets overused at random points. Is like the moving camera shots. So like, you know, putting a camera on one of those what do you call those? Those little rails, and then just having the camera move from left to right on the subject. If like I don't know, sometimes I feel like it can look good, and then other times I feel like it's overkill, like it feels random, because then it's like, yeah, I think a lot of times it just feels random. If the interview is interesting, you don't need to change angles that much. It takes away focus. I think I agree with that a lot. Yeah, because like how many angles here? Actually, let's see, why did they switch from this camera to this one?
About the issues that you just talked about. I care about them. I know my dad did. I know 100% he did. About veterans, about what's happened.
Yeah, see, that felt so random. Like he's mid-sentence, and then they just hop over to him talking from this angle. So yeah, I don't know. That stuff, I feel like they're just trying to show off. That's basically it. They just want to show off that they have so many cool cinematic shots, and let's use up as many of them as possible. But I mean, I guess if it works, it works, but... And then, it's always interesting. I guess the host never gets a bunch of... They spend all their money on like 5 different camera angles for the guest. And then for the host, it's like they only have 1 camera, which I get. So I guess this one's somewhat similar in terms of the background. Again, a little bit of that over-the-shoulder look, which I seem to like a lot. So I guess why do I like it? I guess I like it because you break up the shot into depth. So you get a bit of the foreground, midground, and background, I guess. Maybe that's why. I'm not sure. I think this one maybe is my favorite shot. For, I guess, a little bit of its simplicity, but a lot more of like available lines to look at to help you show depth. They do it too much in films as well sometimes. Even quiet scenes will have a spinning camera and drone shot and everything thrown in. Yeah, you know what? There's one clip from Stranger Things. I haven't watched the final season, but I saw a lot of people making fun of the latest season of Stranger Things, or the last season, because there's like a trailer where it shows, I think her name is L? Yeah. The main character girl, and she's like doing a Rocky montage fights preparation. Actually, let's go watch it. I might have to mute it though. Stranger Things L training scene. 11 training scene. this one. Okay, let's watch this one. Okay. Yeah, so someone was making fun of this. It went viral because it's like, what the hell, man? How many camera angles can you shove into a single training moment? So I guess we can count it. 11, the girl who lives on Egos. Was that a thing? I watched. I guess I've enjoyed Stranger Things, generally speaking, but it was never one of those where I was like super hung up on it. Was there some reference about Egos? Anyways, okay, so let me mute this. How many camera angles do we got? So we got camera angle 1, and it's a 1-minute clip, so let's keep that in mind. 1, 2, 3, mid jump, 4, 5. So they had like 3 or 4 cuts for one jump. So we're on clip number frame number 5 or shot number 5. It's like you have to go in like slow motion to capture all the playback speed. Going up. Okay, actually let me just rewind it a little bit there. Okay, so we got a fresh scene. Exactly. But yeah, that's why it went viral, because, you know, some, I guess, filmmaker or someone pointed this out as like, yo, what the hell are they thinking? Someone should compare this clip to the opening of Silence of the Lambs, which it is obviously inspired by. That opening run with Jodie Foster is perfectly shot with very nice I've never seen Silence of the Lambs, so could be worse though. If this was shot back in the days of MTV, they would have 4 times more shots. Oh, you know what the equivalent would be is like anime, because like for instance, I was catching up on One Piece, and I feel like the running joke with all those guys is they play up every single moment where it's so slow, because they'll have like 50 different angles. Let's see, actually, One Piece satire, too many scenes. I wonder if I can find it. I'm not gonna find it. Silence of the Lambs opening, Jodie Foster run. Silence of the Lambs morning run by... Okay. Is it the title sequence? Okay, so let's watch this. I'm just gonna have it on mute because I'm sure they'll get me somehow. The opening of Silence of the Lambs is Jodie Foster running at the FBI facility. Who is Jodie Foster? Is that a character in Stranger Things as well, or just a completely different actress? Oh, let me put this back to normal speed. Okay, here we go. So play the theme here. This is economy of shots. Okay. Or it's like more efficiency, I guess is what you're saying? Or they're maximizing the value of each. They're switching lenses. It feels, or switching camera angles. It feels a bit more for a purpose. Or they're letting it breathe a bit more to get to it. It's not so fast. We're going to break from your expectations, and now the camera's going to move. That's actually, like, I should take a note of that. That was a nice... that was like very unexpected, that instead of like I guess the expectation was that they would switch to a new camera angle where they're closer up to the subject, but instead they broke from your prediction. And so I think one thing I'm taking away from this is, like, for sure, every time, or trying to milk as much from every shot you take, and not treating each camera shot as like a static camera. If you're gonna have any kind of motion, you should like milk it to its maximum. So in this case, if you're doing a panning shot where you're moving the camera from the top view all the way down, don't treat it as just that motion. Why not continue with it? In this, what would you say about that shot there? So in this shot, so they're moving towards the subject at the same time the subject is moving towards the camera. And love these shots. I think there's a name for this and I'm forgetting, but I do like these shots where you're tracking a subject through objects, I guess. Like, so showing the depth, but it's also like nice to see the subject. This Like, what do I know, right? So just keep that with a grain of salt with everything I say. It's more of a question. But I thought like there's something where you're supposed to follow the direction of your, or like follow the same flow, I guess. So for example, here we're seeing all these shots where, or this continuous shot where Jodie Foster is moving from right to left. Well, now that I'm more aware of the power of light, or even the lack of light, or like how much light makes a big difference, I am impressed, I guess, both in how they shot this as well as now understanding how much effort is involved, of like, as this camera was in a single continuous shot, looking weird. So, okay. Nice. That was good. I feel like I learned quite a bit from that, actually. So, when you know the rules, you can break them. Flow is more important in narrative progression when there's dialogues, and most editors don't even care about continuity as long as narrative flow is best. That's a good point. And you know what? I want to do my best, especially as I learn more about the technical rules, not to be a technical rule Bible thumper. You know, it's like there's nothing worse than someone who, you know, is somewhat elitist or like looks down at you in terms of like, oh, actually you should have done this, or you were supposed to do it this way, and this is how you're supposed to do it. Especially over an art form, you know, where it's like, hey, it's just whatever you feel like. So yeah, but it's good to know the rules, and then when you break them, doing it with intention, I think is good. Wow, we're learning so much. This is my first stream. It's an educational stream.
Was the last WAN show.
Okay, hold on. Before I do too much of the podcast breakdown, let me just quickly look at my notes again to see what were all the things I was supposed to cover on my stream back, my first stream back. And I can cover the rest of this later, obviously. But let's just see. Is there any other key thing I wanted to talk about? Yes. Oh, yeah. I'm working on my next YouTube video, as I mentioned. So I have most of the script done, but I'm just waiting for once my mom leaves so I can kind of use up my apartment space to film all the right shots. But basically, this will be like a 5-minute video where it's just me introducing the Pidgeotech backpack and giving some more casual thoughts about like, hey, so, you know, I got this bag. I'm excited to work with these guys, but this is not a proper review because I haven't taken it out into the wild yet. However, in the meantime, this is just a quick, you know, it's just like a quick product video where I'm just going to show you guys some of the key features of the bag, and then I'm actually going to fill it up as if I was traveling just to see. There's a few tests I want to do with this backpack. The biggest test is, can it fit my 400mm lens with the lens hood attached and fit inside this backpack, and how comfortable is it? So how much can I pack into the bag for my photography needs, and how comfortable and light does it feel? So it'll be like one of those kind of videos. So you'll see me fill it up and then just talk about it briefly, and that's it. It'll be like, okay, we'll do a proper review after a number of trips upcoming, and hopefully I'll come back with some positive things to say, or just whatever comes from it. So anyways, I'm working on that video next, and hopefully once I film it, I need to hand this off to yet another editor to hopefully see if this will be the final time I try to find an editor. What else should I cover here? Never be a stickler to rules when you're trying to make a great product, says Fed. Yes, I think that's a good way to look at it. Call up Craig McKay. If he's still working, you could hire him to edit your videos. Man. The hubris for me to call up someone like that. That's the guy we just watched, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, what else should I cover? Because now it is almost 11 p.m. my time. Let me see here. Make a YouTube video about the challenges of finding the right... Oh, that was a note I made. My new diet. Why not? That should be quick enough. I'm doing a new diet, which is going to be... to an Asian person, this is like... You know... as close to blasphemy as you can imagine. But I'm going to try to not eat rice in my new diet. And I've like... I talked to ChatGPT and Gemini, and I got a whole recipe down. But basically, I've discovered a new recipe that actually tastes pretty good, and it cuts out majority of the carbs in my diet. Because now that I'm like being more serious about going to the gym, I have been going every other day, excluding when my tattoo was healing. But I've been going back, and in the spirit of getting back into peak physical shape, I think I need to cut out rice and carbs. So you can eat some wild rice once in a while. I've never had wild rice, I don't think. But also it's like a nice challenge for me, because why not? Why not try this? And I think I found a good alternative. Basically, I'm using my Instant Pot, and I get, I'm just going to make up some random numbers here. Let's say 500 grams of ground beef. Let's say like Wagyu ground beef. 500 grams of diced chicken breast or whatever. It could be chicken thighs as well. Point is, it'd be a mix of beef and chicken that are cut up nicely so it's easier to cook it without undercooking. Then it'd be 3 bell peppers, kimchi, mushrooms, all chopped up. And then I think that's it. And then the final thing is, and all of this I would be able to cook inside my Instant Pot. I've already tried it a few times now. It works perfectly because there's like a saute mode. So I don't need a frying pan or anything. I just straight up toss it in one at a time. And I barely have to do shit because the beef has so much fat and juice in it. So it kind of marinates everything. I just need a bit of salt and pepper. That's about it. So you basically, I'll saute the beef and the chicken first. Then I'll do the bell peppers, the mushrooms, the kimchi. And there's so much liquid, so it requires a bit of cooking. But then the final thing is I throw in 3 bags of frozen cauliflower rice. So instead of white rice, which I love dearly, I'm breaking up with rice now, and instead I'm going with the cauliflower rice, okay? But the cauliflower rice obviously serves 2 functions. One, no carbs comparatively, and it's trying to replace rice, and it's got the same kind of texture and filling with that kind of stuff. Anyways, but yeah, I make this big ass batch in the Instant Pot, and then I put half of it in a Tupperware, and then I put it in the freezer so it lasts longer, and then the other half in the fridge. And I've tested this, and I just throw in a bunch of spicy sauce and other things that I want. It's actually pretty damn good. And then for my meals, then I'll crack an egg and then microwave it, and it's been delicious. Boom. It's a fraction of the calories. So Fed says we have a crock pot express with searing. It's great. It has pressure cooking function too. Okay. I don't know much about all the fancy tech. I just got that Instant Pot. It works perfectly. So yeah, just saute everything. And yeah, so now it's like I've tested it. I think I've refined it. The biggest challenge is going to try to make sure I feel full, because yeah, that's a big challenge, obviously. But then the other thing I'm going to replace, or something new I'm doing, I'm replacing all the acai that I eat, because granted, it's not that healthy. It's like a lot of sugar involved and stuff. So instead, I have my Greek yogurt with a full fat Greek yogurt, or at least 5%. And then I just mix, so I'll do like a single serving of Greek yogurt in a bowl, and then I mix in 1 scoop of my protein powder, and then you just take some time to mix it all in. And the protein powder that I have, it adds enough sweetness to the Greek yogurt. It's like plain Greek yogurt that actually tastes damn good. And then all I need is some pineapple chunks. So I'll get some fruit. Let's go with pineapple for now. And then I use the pineapple chunks to scoop up a bunch of the Greek yogurt. Boom. Oh my God. It's tasty. It's very good. So that's my new diet. I want to see how long I can keep it going, because I have a goal to lose about 5 to 7 kgs. So like, I want to lose about at least 10 pounds. I have room to lose at least 10 pounds. So yeah, we'll see how long I can keep that going, but fingers crossed. But that is my new year. I guess it was my end of last year resolution, but I'm maintaining it. So let's cross that out. Fed says they sell that cauliflower rice at the supermarket now in huge bags here. Yeah. I guess it's a big thing, but I've tried it now, and it does the job. So My wife makes yogurt in the crock pot. It has a yogurt, it has a yogurt mode. Jesus, man, technology. Any other things to cover? Oh yeah, I think I said it a little bit already, but like I said, prior to my mom visiting, I had my tattoo artist stay with me for about 2 weeks, and literally they saw each other as one left and the other came, essentially. But so I've never, in the past month and a half, I haven't actually been in my apartment by myself, which I don't mind, right? It's like, you know, good company type thing. But then the last couple weeks I've been sleeping on the couch. My mom's in the bedroom. And then literally after I say goodbye to my mom, take her to the airport, I briefly mentioned there's someone else that I know who will be staying with me. As of now, I believe it's like a month and a half or so. So, interesting times for me. I'm not complaining, by the way. It's just more of like, oh, just as an FYI, if you guys keep seeing people walk past or behind me or something, I don't know if the person will want to be on stream or not. They're welcome to, I guess. But anyways, yeah, so I've got another month to 2 months where I will essentially have a roommate, which I completely am happy about. By, like, you know, you guys see my lifestyle now. I have no life or style, but basically every day I'm just working. I'm in front of the computer. I thankfully have started going back to the gym, so I see sunlight. I'm trying to lose some of that fat and all that. But in terms of social life, I've completely cut down on it quite a bit. I FaceTime with some friends, and then there's a few of my buddies who still live out here, and I'll catch up with them briefly. So I have made some adjustments to be a bit more balanced, but generally speaking, it's a quiet life of solitude for me. So anytime I have these moments where either someone's here staying with me or whatever, I'm open to it. I'm happy to be a human again. So yeah, that's my quick little recap on this roommate situation. So yeah, hopefully you guys will enjoy the person who will be here. Literally, I have no idea how often this person will be on camera, or they're busy, they're visiting, they're doing stuff, right? So we'll see. Maybe the Instant Pot can make yogurt as well. I would not be surprised. This Instant Pot is crazy cool tech. I looked it up. The Instant Pot makes Greek yogurt as well, just like the crock pot, but there's no mode, so you just have to set it manually. Ooh, that's not good for me. All right, I think I've covered most things. There's a few things, obviously. Maybe the last thing I'll talk about is the biggest goal for 2026 for me. I've mentioned it on stream towards the end, especially as other creators started doing similar concepts. But it's been a big dream of mine ever since even before I started live streaming. It was always my intent to see if I can bring people with me digitally and physically to the places that I travel. And so the physically thing obviously comes in the form of travel workshops and group tours that I run, or custom private tours, whatever. The digital was, is there tech available that would allow me to show people live the wildlife or wherever I am? And I briefly tried it out with the Instagram live at one point, but again, the issue was always not having good enough reception, all that fun stuff. And also, I've never done live streams before, so there's a lot of the muscle that you need to build for that. Last year was an amazing year where obviously I started doing live streams from home. I used that time to really test and understand and research about what it takes to be a live streamer, what works, what doesn't. There's still a lot, obviously, I need to work on still. But it gave me the foundational confidence and knowledge to then say, I feel ready to take it to the next step, which is travel IRL streams, especially in safaris. So behind the scenes, there's a lot of different brands or people I'm speaking to. There's a lot of research I'm doing to get the right technology involved, because it's not cheap, it's not easy. But I am trying to make progress such that hopefully in the near future of, like, let's call it in the coming months, that sounds too broad, in the first quarter of this year, I want to be able to pilot something along this line and test out the tech, and then actually try doing one of these wildlife safaris and go live during it. So that's a big goal of mine for this year, because to me, it's not just like a one-off entertaining thing. I want to do this consistently. It's part of my brand. It's part of what I do. It's part of the possibility given where I live in Dubai and like where I can travel to. So I really feel that I am capable of making this possible if the technology holds up. If the technology holds up, everything else is solid. I think I'm best positioned to do this type of a live stream out in the wild. So anyways, that's a big ambition of mine that I've been putting a lot of time and effort into behind the scenes in the past few months. And that's not going to stop. I'll be continuing conversations to make that possible. So just as an FYI, guys, that's the big thing. That if I can make this work, this year will be the best for me as well, like professionally, in terms of, I think it's such a novel concept in many ways that if I do this, I can own the space and I can turn it into so many other cool opportunities. So we'll see. Fingers crossed. Fed says it's easy to make yogurt. You really just need to know the temperature. Search for Instant Pot yogurt, everything. Listen, at that point, I'm just going to buy the big ass tub of Greek yogurt. One thing I've learned over time is that I need to be better at time management and learning what to outsource, what to focus on. And I don't do a good job of following up on that, but yeah. All right, it is now 10:50 p.m. my time. I feel like this is probably a good place for me to start closing things down. So let's just check out my cats real quick, see how they're doing. Nice. This shot, I still feel like maybe it is a little bit too dark. So I have a bit more room to kind of play around with this and see if I can make adjustments. But yeah, this turned out really nice. Oh man, I'm super happy with Mr. Steampunk over there. So yeah, probably won't fuss around with that shot too much. What else? Oh yeah, maybe tomorrow. It depends, because tomorrow is going to be a lot of like packing up and just the final activities with my mom before we head out. So I might not stream in the afternoon. Maybe I'll do an evening stream tomorrow once she heads out and all that. But I do want to start doing those co-working sessions again. So even that I have to kind of review and see what I need to adjust. Because yeah, we have this whole Pomodoro thing. So I gotta just shake off the rust and start doing these sessions as well. So, all right. Anything else? Anything else to cover? We got through a bunch. There's still a few more things that I want to kind of talk about in the next stream, and obviously I want to start getting back into editing. So I think I've pumped out enough content around the chimpanzees. There's technically more I could and should do. But man, I am itching to get back into some of the travel vlogs. So I really want to start working on Mongolia part 2, right? Because we worked through so much of it already. It's just a matter of like, now let's just roll up our sleeves and finish it out. In terms of the concept, so yeah, this is something I really want to get back into. I think I'm on the wrong project here. So a lot of things to do, okay? But that's part of the excitement. I'm excited for the new year. So, all right. I think that's about it. Anything else I should say? I don't think so. Thank you guys. Happy New Year, and that's it. I was looking for a better ending there, but thank you guys. I appreciate it. I'm gonna, like before, I'm gonna hit some buttons on my OBS and hope that it works. So if I keep talking after I said thank you and goodbye, let's make it awkward. So here we go. Thank you guys. Thanks for being here.